Nice tie. John D'Amico.
Yes, thank you. I was just thinking one day maybe John and I need to dress not wearing a tie, and the three of you need to wear a tie.
That's something
I'm
I can
down.
get
Let's do
behind.
it.
Good evening, everyone. If you could keep your cameras turned off until it is your time to speak, that would be great. Thank you so much.
I assume that was for not the council.
Absolutely, that did not include the city council or David or Lauren.
Though I'm happy to turn my camera off if that's preferred.
Well, kind of need you there.
Melissa, I think it's 6 o'clock and we're all.
Yes, it is. So I will read the AB 361 language into the record. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. This city council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching the live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID, I did not update on my sheet, 836-9289-0008, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at wehot.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you're having difficulties connecting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you, Mayor.
So we will now call this meeting of Wednesday, November 3rd to order. Do we have someone, Melissa, to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, and he turned on his video. So Patrick Blood, the chair of the Disabilities Advisory Board, will lead us in tonight's pledge.
All right, if you could please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Patrick. Can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Okay, and we did not have a closed session, so there is no report of closed session agenda. Approval of agenda. I have some things I'd like to throw out there, if that's okay. Moving to consent possibly. Item 4D is in dog safe gun storage ordinance. How does everyone feel about that? I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay. 4E, transgender flag crosswalk and inclusivity update of rainbow crosswalks.
And would you include the supplemental memo guidance that we got earlier this week? I believe that differs slightly than the staff report.
Anybody have some feelings about that? Councilmember D'Amico, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Councilmember Horvath, I'm not seeing you on my, I'm going to spread this out. I don't know where you went. Okay, there you are. Okay, so we can move that to consent then. Okay, great. Item 5A, agreement for services with Maroon Society of Needs Assessment Study focusing on community members of color. Is that a thumbs up? Okay, sounds great. Let's see, item 5B, agreement for services to install decorative lanterns along Santa Monica Boulevard on the east side.
So Mayor, I just have a question. It doesn't say what the shape of the lanterns would be, and I wanted to either find out when we'll find that out or if that's already decided and they will match the ones on the west side.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that our city manager can let us know about in his report. And if there's a problem, we can always pull it from consent. Okay, great. And then the last one I had was item 6A, the ordinance amending Article 2, Title 15 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste collection. Seeing a thumbs up. Okay, excellent. That's all I had. I don't know if anyone else wanted to.
I have a few.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to see if we could move 4B to consent. Seems pretty standards, receive and file a budget update.
Can you share with us what 4B is?
Sure. Sorry about that. It's the budget update for first quarter. I believe it's just to receive and file.
Well, I had some questions about it, just questions to the city manager, but I can ask those questions during my comments and he can answer them during the city manager comments. So that works for me.
Great. I also, I don't know if I need to pull 2N. I would like to talk about it though. And I know it might be a long meeting, so I don't want to put it at the end. My comments maybe could be addressed during my council member comments, but if not, I would like to pull it. And then I believe per our last meeting, as long as everything came back accordingly with the minimum wage item, we all agreed to move it on to consent. And it seems like it captured everything that we all wanted. So I would like to move 4A to consent.
I do not want to move 4A to consent. I would like to discuss it. I would be open to moving the hotel ordinance portion to consent, but not the non-hotel portion.
I'm fine with that portion.
Yeah, I guess our attorney would like to weigh in on that one.
It's not broken up into two ordinances like that. I think the hotel option was put into the agenda packet if that was the one decision being made tonight, and then another decision would be made to bring back a different ordinance for everything else another night. So if you move hotel to consent, there won't be another ordinance on the other piece to consider.
And that would be fine with me if we moved it to another meeting, or if we talked about it tonight, that portion with no ordinance.
No, I think let's just keep it all together then. I'm fine with leaving it then. It sounds like people have changed their minds since last meeting. So there we go.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I would like to try to move 5C, which is the organizational and staffing update, to consent.
That would, I again have comments, but I can always bring them up at my council member comments.
Fantastic. I'd also like to move 5D, project labor agreements, to consent.
I have comments and questions about that.
Are they comments and questions you can ask during your council member comments, or do we need to have a?
Yes, I can ask them, and if we need to pull it afterwards, we can always pull it.
Great, thank you. I would also try to move 5E to consent, which is the discussion of city council meeting schedule.
Yeah, that, I mean, for me, that would be fine. Again, I have one comment about that, and I can always ask that during my council member comments.
Great.
Anybody else?
I wanted to see, Mayor, if we could continue item 4C to January, recognizing we have a lot to discuss on our agenda tonight. It's only 2 more months, and just wondered if we would be open, that it could come back in January with, if there's recommendations on any additional services that we would like to include, we can get that in January as well.
That would be fine with me. I'm just wondering if we have any additional direction, if it would be helpful to have that included in council member comments, if we're allowed to do that, if we table it. Lauren?
I guess it depends to the extent there is direction. If it's just a little feedback from individual council members, I think that's fine, but there wouldn't be an opportunity to really make a different motion if it's
Right.
moved to.
Well, it's a receive and file, but so it wouldn't be comments that would be earth shattering.
I think that's okay then.
Okay.
And I actually wasn't prepared to move that item, so I'm happy with tabling it, Mayor, because I'm testing a lot of these new technologies, and to provide I'm not ready to provide any additional direction at this time. And I would like to test this new tech first before I actually say it's the best thing in creation. So I wasn't ready tonight either way.
Okay, that's great. It's not a receive and file. So 4C, yeah, if I'm open to tabling it to January or February, wherever the city manager feels he can fit that in.
Okay.
Mayor, one last thing. Maybe I missed a beat here, but the public hearing 3B, that was tabled on Monday, right? And it's still tabled?
That's correct. I was going to jump in. It's
Okay.
it's continued to a date uncertain.
Thank you.
Okay, so okay, we'll go from there then. We have changes to the agenda. Is there anything else? Anyone need to pull anything, table anything else?
I have comments on 2M and also 2N, but I can address them in my council member comments as well.
Okay, sounds good. All righty then. So it looks like we have approval of an agenda with moving, let's see if I can get this right, 4B to consent, 4C tabling it to January or February, 4D to consent, 4E, did we say we would move it to consent and then have, if we needed to pull it, we would pull it?
With the supplemental information from staff.
And we would, right, and we would accept the supplemental information. And then 5A, the agreement for services with Maroon Society, that would also go to consent. 5B would go to consent, but we will get a report from the city manager on the shape of the lanterns. 5C, organizational structure, will go to consent. And God, I feel like I'm missing something. I know 6A, did we move?
5D.
Right, 5C, I'm sorry, 5E?
5D,
5D.
the project labor
Right.
agreement.
That right, and right, 5D, and then 5E and 6A. Are we sure we have a meeting still tonight?
I think so, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking. Okay. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second,
Okay.
the ties have it.
Mayor, before I do the roll call, I just want to read the two ordinances that were moved to consent. I want to read the titles into the record.
Mhm.
So the first ordinance is we're introducing on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, adding chapter 9.28 to title 9, Public Peace and Safety of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to require safe storage of firearms in a residence. And the other item is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, amending Article 2 of Title 15 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste collection. And with that, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
We have an agenda.
All righty. Do we have any adjournment motions tonight? Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a couple. First, I know Mayor Pro Tem Shine will elaborate more on this one, but I wanted to first adjourn in memory of Oscar Chacon and extend my sincerest condolences to his family and friends who gathered this past weekend in his memory. He was a worker at Chateau Marmont who had a tragic circumstance, and I just want to make sure that we adjourn in his memory in our community. Next, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Ava Preacher, who served more than 2 decades as an assistant dean in the College of Arts and Letters at the University of Notre Dame. She's a valued leader of the campus community with an encyclopedic knowledge of university policies and how they changed over the years, a talent that served her and the school during her stints as Notre Dame's Academic Council, Faculty Senate, and the Gender Studies Executive Committee and other campus bodies to which she devoted her time. She was instrumental in helping the Gay Straight Student Alliance get off the ground, which sounds like very old language now, but it was the precursor to the officially recognized LGBTQ organization on campus. She is survived by her wife, Colleen Hoover, and their 4 children, and we extend our condolences to Ava's family. Next, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Ugo Mamalo, who passed away on Sunday, October 24th, who was born in Trieste, Italy, and moved to the United States in the 1950s at 20 years old with little money in his pocket. He started to work as a baker, eventually opened his own pastry shop, and together with his business partner, they started Victor Bennis and eventually had about 15 stores. He was very involved in the community through the Rotary Club of Beverly Hills. I know he's also involved in the West Hollywood Beverly Hills Democratic Club and helped to organize several charity events to provide toys and sweet treats to children around the holidays. He was the kindest gentleman and will be missed by many. And finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Robert Stephen Shirkman Jr., who passed away on October 19th. He is survived by his wife of 43 years, Patricia, and his children and grandchildren. Steve was a proud veteran, having served in the U.S. Navy from 1972 to 1975, and was honorably discharged. Steve and his wife, my Aunt Patty, opened the Bookshelf, a new and used bookstore in Northfield, Ohio. He loved spending time with his grandchildren, golfing, fishing, and cheering for Ohio sports teams, and he will certainly be missed by all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to expand on Oscar Chacon's adjournment. Oscar was a dishwasher who worked at the Chateau Marmont for 16 years. He was laid off at the beginning of the pandemic and knew that he and his coworkers deserved better. He led his coworkers to win the Los Angeles and California return to work laws for hundreds of thousands of workers. He was a man of faith who often brought food to his neighbors and coworkers in need. He was a father and spouse and worked tirelessly to provide for his family here and in Guatemala. Sadly, he passed away from a heart attack. Like many immigrants, his story is of love, perseverance, and hard work. His coworkers and family continue to fight for their rights and jobs in his honor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to adjourn tonight in memory of Sofia Melendres. She was the sister of Alexander Melendres, who I have the great pleasure of serving on the California Democratic Party's legislative committee with. I know that he is at a loss losing his sister, and then as well as Doris Fierro, who is the mother of Evelyn Gutierrez. And she is one of the individuals I have the great pleasure of also serving on the LA County Library Board Foundation with, who I've been able to know, and I'm sad that she lost her mother. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are any other adjournment motions? I have none. Councilmember D'Amico, none. Okay, then. We are going to then move on to presentations. And we actually have a presentation to the city. The Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation will be recognizing the city of West Hollywood for being named a 2021 Most Business-Friendly City finalist in acknowledgement and celebration of West Hollywood's commitment to and success in providing business resiliency resources and assistance during the pandemic. Barbara Levine from LAEDC had planned to be here in person, but was not able to come tonight. But she did record a video with her remarks, which we will now share.
Good evening, West Hollywood Mayor and City Council. It is an honor to be with you. I wish I could be with you in person, but for right now, please accept the video chat. It is my honor to present you with something very special, and congratulations on being a finalist in the 2021 Most Business-Friendly City in LA County Award. This has nothing to do with the award ceremony next Wednesday because I don't know the outcome, but this is a wonderful way for us to honor our cities right now. So Mayor and members of the esteemed City Council for West Hollywood, on behalf of the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, it's my pleasure to honor the City of West Hollywood as a Gold Award recipient and finalist in our 2021 Most Business-Friendly City in Los Angeles County during and in response to COVID-19. This award recognizes and celebrates the city's demonstrated contributions to economic development throughout the region that prioritize creating a supportive environment for business recovery, reinvention, resiliency, and growth during and in response to the pandemic. Our judges were impressed by your innovation and business-friendly programs and resources dedicated to supporting business resiliency during the pandemic. In particular, here are some highlights brought to our attention by the judges. Your small business and micro enterprise targeted programs with $5,000 the city provided in a competitive grant to small businesses under 50 employees, those that did not receive any COVID-19 grant funding. Regular business outreach and technical assistance, whether it was by limited staff and certainly by a good deal of social media and direct contact between the city and your partnership with the chamber. And it really helped to keep a pulse of the needs of each business sector, as well as your regular communications and meetings with the business leadership through virtual calls with your prominent employers. A COVID-19 webinar series, where I believe you produced or created over 16 webinars. The city marketed the PPEs through PPE Unite in COVID testing and vaccine distribution. And this has really been key to helping LA County stabilize their COVID situation. And in the initial weeks of the pandemic, the city came up with an economic framework to assess and respond to the devastating effects of COVID-19. And the staff participated in weekly business sector specific meetings to gauge the pulse of each business sector. And that's very important, especially considering your business makeup being hotel and leisure and hospitality and several other service businesses. So we applaud your efforts, encourage you to continue developing and evolving business-friendly services and get the word out to your local business communities, brokers, site selectors, media, and us, so we can continue to support business and worker resiliency during the pandemic. So, as a private nonprofit organization, the LAEDC just celebrated our 40th anniversary and history of driving action in support of a reimagined Los Angeles regional economy that's growing, equitable, sustainable, and resilient, and provides a healthy and high standard of living for all. Just like it takes a great team at the LAEDC to accomplish our mission and vision, we know this award was made possible by the city's visionary leadership and dedicated staff. And we thank you and we applaud you. So on behalf of the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation, I'd like to present the mayor and city council with a certificate of gold honoring this accomplishment. And I don't know if you can see this on my Zoom screen, but it's a certificate that says the 2021 Most Business-Friendly City Award during and in response to COVID-19. A certificate of gold is presented to the City of West Hollywood in recognition of the city's demonstrated contributions to economic development in the region that prioritize creating a supportive environment for business recovery, reinvention, resiliency, and growth during and in response to the pandemic. And this is signed by Bill Allen, LAEDC's CEO. I look forward to seeing you at the Eddie Awards on November the 10th. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations. Goodbye.
Thank you, Barbara Levine from LAEDC, and we'll see you on November 10th. Okay, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Now we are going to move to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. Okay, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening under public comment is Anne Marie Oti. Anne Marie, please unmute yourself and you may turn on your camera if you'd like, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening. This is Anne Marie Oti, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council, representing more than 150,000 skilled members of 48 local unions and district councils in 14 trades. And we are speaking on item 5D, which I understand has been moved to consent, but I would like to just explain a little bit about what we are behind and why we're doing this. That we urge you to support item 5D, directing staff to prepare code amendments and analysis for a full project labor agreement between West Hollywood and the unions represented by our council. West Hollywood is a progressive city that came into existence in order to better represent the diverse communities that live here, and that social justice mission fits in perfectly with the building trades. We represent the diverse workforce of Southern California. Currently, we partner with 14 programs that facilitate people's entry into our apprenticeships. Of the 1,000 graduates placed so far, 92% are people of color, 17% are women. Many have faced challenges in their lives, such as serving time in prison or being emancipated with no resources from foster care. By contrast, a building trades apprenticeship pays a living wage with benefits, and the apprentice pays no tuition, no student loans when they graduate are due. We facilitate entry into our unions by the local and targeted hire provisions of these agreements, such as the one that you are considering. And the PLA has a lot of strong local hire that includes West Hollywood zip codes and then zip codes within 15 miles of City Hall. And this is really a great chance to bring new opportunities to your own residents, but also equally to bring economic development from neighboring communities to take advantage of the prosperity of West Hollywood. Communities like Mid-City, Pico Union, Echo Park, Bell, South Los Angeles, you are opening up your strong economy to these residents. It is the first step for them in a lifelong career, and again, part of the social justice mission that we share. So we thank you very much for your consideration and the further discussions that we will have in implementing 5D. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Laura Akiam. If I mispronounced your name, I apologize. Laura, please unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Lauren? Press *6 and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Lauren Akiam, and I'm the Director of Water Projects at the LA Alliance for a New Economy, where we have been working on infrastructure issues throughout the region and the state. And we are in strong support of item 5D and the ways in which, as the previous speaker mentioned, that these policies can really improve the quality of life for all of us throughout the region, as well as cementing West Hollywood as a leader in economic development and progressive values. We've seen how these policies both benefit the community as well as the agencies that implement these policies. And the agreements that are made ensure that a project is finished on time and on budget, and the process is established to mitigate any disputes and can even generate direct savings by standardizing contract terms. So we are incredibly supportive of these types of pre-contract agreements, and would love to see this be put in place in West Hollywood the way it is in other cities and agencies and throughout the region and the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Queen Shayla Demure. Ms. Demure, please press *6 or unmute yourself and turn on your video, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, everyone. Great evening. I am Queen Shayla Demure. I do represent as the founder and CEO of Unique Women's Coalition, and also one of the founding partners of the new Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Center here in West Hollywood. And so my organization, UWC, I am talking about item 2P, I believe it is, for Transgiving Dinner. I am hoping that the City Council supports this event, as this event is a celebratory gathering for trans and non-binary people. As an organization, we've been doing this event for 21 years, and it's impacted the lives of our community countless times. It's sort of a family reunion. And now that we are residents of the city of West Hollywood, this is our very first year that we bring it here to the city. And so we hope that this event not only motivates and activates more community members to get involved, but also that they could see that their city supports them and supports the fact that we are here. Also, it just sends off a signal if the council supports this event, like you're recommitting to supporting your Black, trans, and non-binary siblings. And I hope that you do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Blood. Patrick, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Sorry about that. I had a little technical difficulties. Thank you, council members for having me do the Pledge of Allegiance earlier. I just have two really quick comments. I wanted to thank each and every one of you for joining the Disabilities Service Awards last month. Mayor Pro Tem Shine, thank you for sending in your video, as I know you had a previous obligation, but to our mayor and our other council persons, thank you so tremendously. It means so much to the community in West Hollywood, those living with disabilities, to see that you are there to support us. So thank you so much for that. My second brief comment, I did want to thank Councilmember Horvath for and the council for moving item 4C. I think as a individual resident, there is so much to consider on that regard, specifically how these programs are operated and how these vessels are discarded in ways that block the right of way of others, especially when it creates issues under the ADA, blocking sidewalks, blocking accessibility. And I know that the council hopefully will be receiving some updates from the Transportation and Public Safety Commission, of which I spoke in my official capacity as chair of the DAB, with some recommendations, although right now I'm speaking to you as an individual resident. So thank you for moving that, Mayor Horvath and council. And I really hope as you dive into that at a later date, that you strongly consider those living with disabilities and how these scooters and bicycles and these companies really operate need to be looked at. So thank you guys so much. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nina Barkers. Nina, please press *6 or unmute yourself. You may turn on your camera and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Nina? Okay, I will.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
I had the communication.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nina Barkers, and I am the manager of transgender equity at the Ahmad Institute of LA and one of the UWC ambassadors doing the work in the community. And I want to speak on the 2P, which is co-sponsoring the wonderful, amazing fellowship that we now know and as Transgiving. And so I want West Hollywood City Council to fully support this annual holiday event, because this is an excellent opportunity for the trans community to fellowship and to build relationships in a space where sometimes they don't get, the chance to experience. WeHo City Council has a wonderful opportunity to support this agency, Unique Women's Coalition, and create a lasting effect in the trans community, particularly Black trans communities who are part of the WeHo community and surrounding areas that frequent West Hollywood. Please, City Council, West Hollywood City Council, give your financial support and resources to help this wonderful organization continue its programming regarding Transgiving, and many more events to come, I might add. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 2N.
Are we on?
Yes.
We're on. Good evening. This is Lynn Russell from West Hollywood. Good evening, Mayor Meister and fellow council members. While this item is a small but noble gesture, the item 2N specifically, my request is for this entire city council to amplify the concept. Our city is behind in caring for our urban canopy, and it cannot be replaced quickly enough under the current directives for new development projects, which barely make adequate replacements in the form of saplings from mature trees. We in the city could be much more conscientious. Prime Minister Imran Khan of Pakistan initiated a broad enterprise of planting 10 billion trees across Pakistan from 2018 to 2023, with 1.5 million trees planted on the very first day. In 2020, the program tripled the number of paid workers to 63,600 after being momentarily halted by the pandemic, aiming to enlist those unemployed by the economic consequences. Many other countries have joined in launching similar programs, and given the latest scientific information revealed in Scotland, action is even more imperative. The suggested tree quantities in this item, I believe, can be vastly increased to make a real statement that would benefit everyone in the community. This would mean trees in the ground, not merely ornamental gestures pinned to development projects. Please consider the serious nature of this request and a real opportunity to get out in front by taking action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker will be Andrew Solomon. Andrew, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera, or go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrew Solomon. I've lived here in West Hollywood for the past 8 years. As a general public comment, I'm concerned about the tone and the tenor of the conversation that surrounded this agenda tonight and other ordinances that the council has considered in the past few months. Specifically, I'm concerned with the discourse that's coming from our West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. This past weekend, the Chamber put out a statement on social media opposing agenda item 4A. I commented twice on that post saying, I'm glad that our city council supports workers' rights. Both times, my comment was deleted. And then I was blocked on Instagram by the Chamber. And I'm not the only one they did this to. And normally my petty Instagram squabbles shouldn't rise to the level of city council meetings. I get it, but the Chamber isn't a normal local organization. This past year, the Chamber received nearly $150,000 in public funding from the city, in addition to several city assessments that are passed through to them. I recognize that the Chamber is an important organization for our city, and it's critical in promoting our local businesses. That's why their members pay them a membership fee. But if the Chamber is going to accept $150,000 a year in public funding, should the Chamber take positions on city council agenda items? Should the Chamber make endorsements in city council races? Should the Chamber get involved in petty Instagram squabbles? I'm a commissioner on the Public Facilities Commission, and I know firsthand that we have a robust conflict of interest policy when it comes to our commissioners. I live next door to the Kings Road Park, and I was told that I could not serve on our own Kings Road Park subcommittee. It would violate our city conflict policy because I live too close to that park. Now, I receive $75 a month from the city as a commissioner. The Chamber gets $150,000 a year. I would ask the council to consider adopting a conflict of interest policy when it comes to funding local organizations like the Chamber. And please hold the Chamber to the high standards that you place on yourselves and others. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Our next speaker is Scott Schmidt. Scott, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, good evening. My name is Scott Schmidt. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm here tonight in my role as executive director of a new organization called Emerald Village West Hollywood. I've always said that, San Diego may call itself America's finest city, but West Hollywood is America's funnest city. We have global destinations like the Sunset Strip and the Rainbow Village as a design district. And now we have the Emerald Village. Emerald Village is promoting the city's licensed cannabis businesses. And last week, we launched our website at emeraldvillageweho.com. Our social media, you can follow us on Instagram at emeraldvillageweho, and supported the drag bingo at Mickey's by donating prizes to them, non-cannabis prizes, of course. And we'll be continuing and doing our first activation this weekend at Palm Springs Pride. So if anyone is going out there for that event, come visit us on Palm Canyon and get a free gift bag from Emerald Village West Hollywood. I'd also like to thank all of the council members and staff who over the last several months have worked with us to put together our work plan and our branding to make sure that the work that we do is consistent with the values of the city and that we promote responsible and safe use, that we promote public safety, and continue to move forward in a way to implement the vision that the city council laid out way back in 2017 and 2018 when we've been through this process. So I look forward to working with all of you in the future to make West Hollywood a global destination and add one more exciting element to the things that make West Hollywood America's funnest city. So thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Nicole Hale. Nicole, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Great, thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the West Hollywood City Council. My name is Nicole Heil, and I'm calling in today in support of agenda item 5D. As a taxpayer, it's important to me that West Hollywood has high standards for the workforce that makes possible the development of infrastructure projects. PLAs increase job standards and high road policies on public funds. Consistent policies help establish a better connection between workforce development pathways and good careers, leading to a more resilient economy with better opportunities for the workers in West Hollywood. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I appreciate your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jake Mason. Jake, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 or unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Stopping in my office talking. Oh, sorry. All right. More confusing than it should have been. Hi, Jake Mason. I'm a resident, small business owner, and a property owner and patron in West Hollywood. Point is, I pay taxes in West Hollywood, especially business taxes. I fully support the minimum wage increase. I'd like to applaud the council for doing more than the bare minimum. I am also calling in to talk about how I'm concerned at the opposition and the kind of not necessarily misinformation, but the deluge of information coming out there from the opposition. Over the weekend, the WeHo Chamber posted their statements claiming, as always, it would be, quote, bad for workers, unquote, and alluding that they want to do what's best for their workers. And that they worked nonstop deleting any and all comments that didn't fit their narrative. We just heard from Commissioner Solomon, mine were included. And then once I called them out on that, I was blocked. We are supposed to believe that they are to be trusted to look out for the well-being of workers, and yet they censored any and all opinions that they didn't like or that didn't fit their propaganda. So I'd like to say they do not speak for all small businesses in West Hollywood. I'd also like to say that an organization that receives funding from the city should not and cannot be censoring conflicting opinions from taxpayers and local businesses or even homeowners. It's something that should be looked into when the city decides to continue funding them in the future. To wrap it up, I also just think that the people who work here should be able to live here and go out here and eat here as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Jake. The next speaker is Walter Schild. Walter, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I wanted to congratulate, this is Walter Schild, a 15-year restaurant owner in West Hollywood and live nearby. I want to congratulate the city on the Gold Award for supporting business recovery during COVID. The city staff, the council, the out zones, all the efforts over the last 18 months that have hurt restaurants, my business, and others. The city deserves the Gold Award. I was happy to write a nomination letter, and I think you should win the prize. And I wanted to thank the council for that support. The city's COVID recovery and continued success requires continued thoughtful leadership and assuring that residents, employees, and businesses are all supported and treated fairly. And in that spirit and the spirit of equality that the city's always known for, I asked that the city, which is carefully looking at types of businesses, for example, hotels, or maybe large employers like Target or Walgreens, or restaurants that have a lot of tipped employees. There's important nuance here between different types of businesses. And I think it's thoughtful that the city is examining the differences between hotels and large chains and restaurants. There are differences between types of businesses. I think it's important. Other cities have done that. The reason I wanted to speak at public comment, because I have some other comments for 4A later, and I'm in support of a higher minimum wage aligned with Los Angeles next door to us. I think the city should align with that next door. It came to my attention, I reviewed the October 18th council meeting recently. And so the council's aware, a lot of the business community didn't tune in on October 18th that were not hotels. So I just ask that the council treat the union workers and the hotel workers that aren't union the same. The council shouldn't allow 2 hotels in the city to pay less than minimum wage to those workers. The ANDAS worker, the 1 hotel worker, the ordinance as written, they would make sub-minimum wage, and the council should stand for equality and pay them the same as every other hotel. And I support the hotel ordinance if all workers, including union, are treated the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6. You may turn your camera on if you'd like, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jordan David. I'm calling from occupied Tongva lands, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. There are several items on consent tonight that you owe the public a chance to comment further on, including 2G, 2N, and 2R. But due to the abuse of the consent calendar by the city, I will not have time and will instead call for structural change in the way that you run meetings. In other cities, the public can pull items from consent, since it is the public who will face the consequences of this council's actions. It also makes no sense for the council to be able to move items to consent when a number of speakers have signed up to speak on it. A perfect example, besides 4A today, is the racist cop shop that multiple people signed up to speak on against, and you moved to consent at your last meeting. This was an effort to avoid accountability for the harm that you are all causing by voting for this. And don't even try to say it's not a cop shop. It says right in the staff report that this kiosk functions as another pair of eyes for cops. What the staff report left out is that this is a racist attack on Black people whose families enjoy eating at a restaurant on that corner. It's an attack on unhoused people who sometimes are at this corner minding their business, but will be arrested by LAPD under their new ordinance as a result of this kiosk. And it's an attack on trans people who have frequented this corner for decades and sometimes have to engage in survival sex work. Shame on all of you for voting for this violent initiative. And please fix the function of the consent calendar as it is not being used as it was intended. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. That was our final speaker under public comment.
All righty then. So we're going to now move to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. I see that Mayor Pro Tem would like to start.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the transgender flag on consent, I love the new rendition, but I just want to point out that it needs to be flipped. And I think that was just a technical error on staff's part. The second rendition had the purple down to the red, and it should be the red down to the purple. So if I could just get a confirmation from staff that was just a technical error, that would be great. Regarding the Transgender Awareness Month, item 2M, I would like to direct staff to fly the transgender flag in all of the added places that we also flew the Bi Pride flag during Bi Pride Awareness Week. That's my comment and direction on that one. Regarding item 2N, I would like us to at least double the amount of trees planted by us to at least 24. And I personally would love a lot more, and maybe staff can give us guidance on what is the maximum amount that we could plant in a year, because I believe the staff report said that the Los Angeles had thousands and thousands as their goal, and 12 just seemed kind of like we can do more than that. So if I could get some information back from staff on what more can we do? What is the maximum that we could do? I would love to support that. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing that forward. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for asking me to co-sponsor the Unique Women's Coalition annual Trans Giving Dinner event. The Unique Women's Coalition is such an essential part of our community. And I was very, very happy to support this event. So thank you for asking me. Since our last meeting, I attended the Youth Halloween Carnival in Plummer Park, and I was so impressed with the amazing work that our staff did. It was such a fun event for everyone. The kids, adults, and dogs were having a blast. My pup, Chloe, the Queen of WeHo, was dressed up as an Ewok on stage with me, and she literally didn't want to leave when we were leaving, and she was using every excuse to slow me down. It was wonderful. I also participated in our homelessness subcommittee meeting. I also want to lastly make an announcement that my next Sips with Seppi event is next Sunday on the east side, this time at Blackwood Coffee Shop at 7253 Santa Monica Boulevard from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. I'd love the community to join me there to chat about your concerns, ask questions, or just come to say hi. And I know that East Side Council Member Erickson is planning to stop by to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I am jealous my colleagues got to go to the Youth Halloween Carnival. I actually flew home to surprise my family, of which if you follow me on social media, my mother's face still makes me laugh to this day, as I almost made her choke on her food as I walked into my sister's house. So I wanted to say I'm so jealous of all of you, but it looked like it was an amazing event. I want to extend my sincere condolences to Councilmember Horvath for the loss of her uncle. I know how close her family is to her, so I just wanted to say that. I wanted to wish everyone a belated happy Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. I was on the boulevard on Saturday at the new gym bar, which I'm excited to go to the grand opening, ribbon cutting this coming week. But ultimately, I was able to spot some really great costumes and then make it home safely before night fell. But it looked like everything went really smoothly. And I want to thank all the staff and everyone that was out there making sure the streets were clean and everything. It was still West Hollywood Halloween. Next year, we'll figure out what that looks like again, but it was a lot of fun and I'm glad people had fun. They deserved it. Get your flu shot, get your booster. I'm getting my booster tomorrow at West Hollywood's CVS and Target. And that leads me to talking about the meetings I have attended. I was at the Disability Service Awards where I was with Mikey Friedman, the one and only, where I presented their award to CVS as well. I actually probably had the hardest job and maybe the hardest decision we'll even make up here tonight. I had to go to the West Hollywood Elementary school and judge all of the kids' doors. And let me tell you, it was the most difficult decision I've had to do. And I hope none of my colleagues are ever put in that position of deciding a tie like I was. So ultimately, that was a lot of fun. I want to thank everyone that came out to my Saturdays in Plummer Park with John this last weekend. It was great. It was nice seeing everyone and talking to everyone. I look forward to sipping with Seppi this coming Sunday. Additionally, I've also met with multiple businesses regarding tonight's minimum wage item. So I just want to make sure the public is aware of that. I attended the Contract Cities Legislative Committee meeting, of which I am also on. And also, I just really want to thank the LA EDC. I'm really looking forward to attending the ED Awards. I was going to go through an exhaustive list of all of the stuff that we've done for our business community, but I won't because we have a long agenda. And I know I have colleagues that will yell at me, so I won't do that. But ultimately, I just wanted to thank them, and I'm really looking forward to winning that award. And then also, I just on item 2N that I don't think that we need to pull. I too would love to see how we could double the amount of trees that we plant and how we could do that. I know we've talked about that before, Mayor, so that would be great. And maybe staff could come back at the next meeting or sometime in December and let us know maybe what's the maximum potential outside development projects that we could go out there and look like. And I want to thank Lynn Russell, resident, for writing in and talking about all the great work that we could do. And that's all I have tonight, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two and a half quick things. The first is I had a little bit of back and forth with Jackie Rocco of our city staff regarding the lanterns, and we can move that to consent exactly as it is. Thank you very much to all of you and to Jackie, the hardworking staff who are going to make that side of our city glitter and glow. The second item, which is regarding the shooting death at 7300 Santa Monica Boulevard. I know we're having a public safety meeting next time, but I was interested in knowing when we might know more about that and how that will be discussed generally. And then finally, if there's no objection to my colleagues, that we would adjourn in the name of the woman who died. And we don't yet know her name or whether she was a resident or not. But I think that's something that is unusual in our city, to have something so dramatic happen. And perhaps it's COVID, perhaps it's the fact that we're not in person, but I'm just very interested in how that gets resolved, what sort of efforts, and I would imagine they're formidable, are being put towards arresting the perpetrator or perpetrators. So without objection, I would like to, when we know the name of the person who has died, that we would adjourn in her name. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I'd like to acknowledge that I participated in the Community State of the City event, as well as representing the city at the Clean Power Alliance legislative and regulatory meeting and Disability Advisory Board Awards. And I want to thank our DAB for their leadership and their inclusion of us, as well as the community. It's truly what they do, not just in their monthly meetings, but each and every day. And I want to thank our staff for leading the Community State of the City event that helps to keep our residents informed and gives an opportunity to get some insight into what's going on at City Hall, especially since we've been working remotely for this extended period. It's a way to bring people in a virtual way. And I want to thank everybody who participated and who made that possible. I too am excited about the LA EDC Awards. I'm glad that presentation was able to happen for everyone to hear. I looked at the invitation, and actually we're in the top 5. There were 10 cities who were nominated as finalists, 5 in the population over 60,000 and 5 under 60,000. I wonder if there's a city that has exactly 60,000 and was disqualified somehow, but it'll be very exciting to hear how that turns out. But as was stated earlier, it takes a village to make such a thing happen, and all of the accomplishments that were named to our nomination, everyone who contributed to that, especially our staff, I want to thank them for giving us even the opportunity to be recognized. Also, since our last meeting, I represented the city at the CGLA conference, where the Crenshaw Northern Extension was nominated as a finalist for transportation infrastructure projects in North America, and in fact won in the finance category. And I especially want to thank John Leonard, David Fenn, Norm Emerson, and of course our city manager for assembling such a strong team to shepherd this project along. It is getting international recognition for not only how innovative we are in terms of the actual solution, but how we are making it happen and on an accelerated timeline. And so I'm glad that we are continuing to set standards, especially in something as important and critical as transportation infrastructure, especially while the national conversation is highlighting it. As it relates to our consent agenda tonight, I wanted to make sure on item 2.0 that the art will not replace what was previously requested. There's a Fickett plaque from the former West Hollywood Library that is intended to be displayed. And I just want to make sure that we're on the record still going to display that in that area in some way. And I'm sure it can be complemented, but I just wanted to have that confirmed. So perhaps the city manager can do that in his comments for us tonight. I'm grateful for the support on item 5D in moving that to consent. I think this is a step in the right direction, especially while we're having conversations about how we see work in the private sector. I think it's important that we're recognizing and honoring that same work in the public sector in our own way and leading by example. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I trust our staff will be able to get us through the how to actually making that happen. And thank you to the speakers who came forward. On item 2R, we have a new process in terms of presentations. I know the mayor's trying to keep us moving along, but I wanted to especially recognize our partners in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and what is now the Native American Heritage Month this month. There are many efforts and trainings that our staff and I are participating in terms of moving beyond land acknowledgement. While I know we're going to get that right, we also want to make sure that this is something that we're not just honoring with a certificate, but actually activating. And I know Jordan David always acknowledges his residency on occupied Tongva land, but how we can actually actualize that in our community in a meaningful way, I think is important. And I hope this item and intend for this item to be a step in that direction. Finally, I want to thank our community for their patience with regard to the technical difficulties we experienced on Monday. We never want to cancel a meeting. We never want to cause disruption when people are planning for a public conversation. I know we're eager and excited to be together in person, but I'm grateful that we're doing meetings in this way until we're sure about our technology, because I think more than anything, we want to make sure that our public discourse is available, accessible, regular, and predictable. And while this isn't our favorite way to have meetings, I'm grateful that we're doing it this way. And thank you to the staff who tried to make it happen. But most importantly, thank you for your patience with the council in moving the meeting to this evening. I know it's challenging, but I'm glad we're all here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. In terms of attendance, I participated in the U.S. Conference of Mayors weekly teleconference, the LA County City Selection Committee of the South Coast Air Quality Management Western District meeting, and the California Department of Health Vaccine All 58 Government Relations briefing. I also attended the Community State of the City, the Weston Urban Forum on Parking Requirements, the Youth and Pet Halloween Carnival in Plummer Park, which was just so much fun, and the 23rd Annual Disability Service Awards, the City Council Homelessness Subcommittee meeting with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem, and ribbon cuttings for the Flower Burger and Sargon Dental Clinic, which were also very exciting. And Jim Barr, as Councilmember Erickson mentioned, will have its ribbon cutting on this Friday evening, I believe at 6 p.m. I hope you'll come out and join us there. Regarding consent calendar, on 2H, Commission and Board meeting synopses, on the Transportation Commission synopses on 4A, the 8850 DEIR, there's nothing in the synopses in terms of the commissioners' questions or comments. I did see the public's comments, and so I was wondering if the commissioners actually said anything regarding that DEIR. Regarding 2L, addressing cigarette butt pollution, I'm very excited about this item. I do think that when you come back with pricing on the disposable containers, that we should review the locations to see if we should be considering a pilot with a smaller number and see how it goes before committing to 42 locations, because it is quite expensive, and maintenance is quite expensive. And I know that our city manager is trying to keep our budget balanced here. So on 2N, the tree giveaway program and monthly tree planting, I really appreciate my colleagues' support on this item. The item will direct staff to establish a tree giveaway program similar to possibly Burbank, or there was also a Northern California city that's done it. And so there's a lot of things we can do there, as well as a planting 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees every month. For me, the more trees, the better, to increase our urban forests and help educate residents on the benefits of canopy trees. It's a step in the right direction to make West Hollywood a premier urban forest. I know that Councilmember Erickson brought up development, and I just wanted to mention that council had previously given direction to staff to establish new tree canopy replacement standards for residential, commercial, and mixed-use properties. That's for new developments. And so that's actually going to be going to the Planning Commission in the coming months. So this sort of worked out so that they are happening around the same time. And this way we hopefully will end up with more trees. And this item will maybe send a message that this is a priority for us. And that we'll be hoping for as many trees as possible in new developments. Let's see, oh, I have so many comments because we moved so many items. Let's see, 4B, the budget update. I had some questions for our city manager. How long before we are at 2019 levels in terms of revenue? How long before we are at 2020-21 levels projected before COVID? Are our expenditures sustainable? Do you anticipate our total revenues to be 20% lower than 2019? I just wanted to confirm that our TOT revenue is over 60% lower than fiscal year 2019. I wanted to know where our city manager sees our reserves in 2023. I know that we're using our reserves to actually balance our budget, but that means we're drawing down on our reserves. And so something that I would want our city manager to think about is, other than social services and public safety, where could we potentially cut in order to have a more balanced budget without having to draw down on reserves. And then my last question was, if council initiatives start to impact our ability to balance the budget, will the city manager tell us? I hope that he will. Regarding 4C, I know that we have tabled that item, the dockless mobility pilot program, until January or February. But I do just want to say to staff that regarding staff's comments in the staff report about resident complaints, some of these people are from our commissions and our boards and are relaying the public's concerns. So they're not just representing themselves, but they're giving a voice to people that you may not normally hear from. And then some are on boards of residents associations and representing more than just themselves. So I would just be very happy that the public is sharing their observations and concerns, because that's how we learn where we are going wrong or where we are going right in terms of the pilot. I'll also just say that a question for the city manager: are the bike and scooter companies taking care of their equipment at all, or are we leaving it all up to ABM to handle the collection of them when they are left in a neighborhood? Because I have yet to see Lime or Bird pick up a scooter or a bike. I've only seen ABM. So that's my question on that. I'm very happy with the crosswalk item and the revised design. So thank you very much for that. On 5C, the organizational structure and staffing updates, I just had some concerns that we're adding 2 director positions, and I just want to make sure that we're not getting, as they say, too top heavy, and that as we get busier and busier with all of our items, for instance, that it's important to have feet on the ground rather than more supervisors of supervisors. And I really would like to understand our structure in terms of how many employees are managed by a manager and how many managers are managed by the director. Although we do see the organizational structure, it doesn't really tell us how many employees are under each of those cells. So I just wanted to mention that. On item 5D, project labor agreements for city construction projects. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath, for bringing that forward. I would like staff to conduct an analysis of the costs at different project thresholds just to ensure that we pick the threshold that is most appropriate for our city. We know that, you know, it will raise costs, and there are administrative costs attached to it as well. So I just want to make sure that we look at those project thresholds. And also, I think we should include what the specific benefits are to the residents of the city of West Hollywood, because, you know, there might be concerns about the raised costs. So I just, you know, I'm sure there are specific benefits to the residents, and we should make sure that we include that in the report that comes back to us. On item 5E, the discussion of city council meeting schedule for calendar year 2022, I'm fine with the schedule, but I just want to make sure that we maybe have one or two additional dates on hold with council and staff. If our agendas become too busy, you know, we need to maybe add a meeting. So let's make sure that we have some dates that we know people will be available in advance, so we're not, you know, trying to do a shuffle, you know, when it's too late. I think that staff really needs to assume that we would all prefer an 11 p.m. exit time or sooner if possible. And so I hope that staff will look at the agendas with that perspective. Other announcements, this year's Veterans Day event will be held virtually. The event will be pre-recorded and will premiere on November 11th on the city's YouTube channel. This year's theme will be honoring women veterans, and we'll have a keynote speaker from the Foundation for Women Warriors. This month is Transgender Awareness Month, and for many years, the city's Transgender Advisory Board and city staff have produced events and held activities to highlight issues faced by the transgender community, as well as to celebrate its accomplishments and raise the community's visibility. So we will have a special recognition at our city council meeting on November 15th, which will focus on the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and upcoming city event later in November. It's also, I bet you didn't know this one, that it's Family Court Awareness Month. And yes, and the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is working to increase awareness and educating judges and family court professionals on the research to enable them to provide the best level of support and care for children. And the city sent a proclamation to the Family Court Awareness Month Committee in recognition of this effort. And then lastly, in the city manager's report, just if he could please just share with us how the city fared this Halloween weekend. I know he mentioned it in his email today, but maybe he can give us a little more details in his report. And that's all of my comments. And if there are no other council comments, we can move on to the city manager's report. Okay, David, take it away.
Okay, that was a lot of questions. I'm glad you moved a lot of items to consent, because this is going to take like a half an hour now to respond. So let's start with the, so for the transgender flag on the crosswalks, yes, that would be corrected before it's actually painted onto the crosswalks. We will also fly the transgender flags as requested. If we have enough, I don't know if we currently have enough flags, we will certainly order more if we don't, and get those up. With respect to the trees, aside from the program that's in the item, we normally plant somewhere between 30 to 50 trees annually. Space is the limiting factor. We're always looking for new locations to plant trees, so staff will provide additional information to the council. The art installation at the new Aquatics and Recreation Center will not replace or take away from the plaque. And we can start with 10 cigarette butt disposal containers. I missed that question. Actually, staff is ahead of me. So, but in response to that question, 10. With respect to the scooter companies, they do pick up and relocate the scooters. ABM is more proactive during the daytime hours since they're here. The scooter companies usually do it more at nighttime, and so that's why they're less visible. With respect to the fatal shooting at the Avalon, the Homicide Bureau is working diligently on that case. We don't have any additional information at this time, but we will certainly provide that to the council and the community when we do have more information and are able to. I'll go through just some of the general announcements, and then I will come back to the budget questions. Well, I guess before I do that, with respect to the organizational structure, I can certainly happy to meet with each of you individually, those who want to meet, to talk about the structure itself and provide more detail on the reporting structure, how many staff reports to each manager or department head. Can do that. So a few general updates or announcements. The California COVID-19 Relief Program provides financial assistance for rent and utilities to renters and landlords impacted by COVID-19. To apply for that, you can go to www.housingiskey.com. With respect to Halloween, although there was no official Halloween carnival this year, from the city, our businesses were packed with visitors enjoying the weekend. It was a very busy weekend. We did have 2 arrests related to people out and about and enjoying Halloween, so only 2 over the night. There was a lot of impact on our emergency medical services, the EMS and our healthcare workers. So there was an impact, but not as great as it has been in the past when we have closed down for Halloween and had the bigger events. I do want to thank all of our businesses that worked with our code compliance and public safety to ensure safety throughout the weekend, and also to the crews that started at 3 a.m. on Monday morning with cleaning the streets and sidewalks. And then to our staff, particularly those from communications, code compliance, facilities and field services, parking services, public safety, and social services for working throughout the weekend. We didn't have a lot of incidents at all. There were hardly any. We did run the pickup all weekend based on the adjusted schedule that we adjusted the first weekend of October. So we ran it from 8 to 1 p.m. on, I'm sorry, 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, and didn't have any incidents there, as well as from 2 to 10 on Sunday, on Halloween day. This weekend, more events. The 36th annual Los Angeles Marathon will take place on Sunday, November 7th. And as part of that, the route does come through the city of West Hollywood. There will be several street closures from 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. For more information regarding the marathon and the street closures, that can be found on lamarathon.com. And then this weekend is also the end of daylight savings time, so be sure to turn your clocks back on Saturday night or Sunday morning. The questions regarding the budget, so I will try to cover them all. So how long before we get to the 2019 levels? 2019 was our highest general fund revenue total, which is normal, or our revenue tends to increase every year, and that was the peak before COVID hit. It was about 113 million at that time. As you may recall, we passed Measure E last year, increasing our sales tax. And then we've also had some other new revenue sources, such as the Sunset Boulevard Arts and Advertising Program. So we have some new revenue sources. If you exclude those revenue sources, we will probably be back at our 2019 levels with our existing revenue sources at that time, probably sometime around 2024. I mean, we're looking towards 2024 for that. We will have higher revenues based on those new revenue sources, but we also have higher expenditures with the new Aquatics and Recreation Center and some of the programs, the behavioral crisis units, and some of the things we've talked about, we'll be talking about next week, our next council meeting, when we talk about community safety. So getting back to that number is not really getting back to that number. I just want to be clear that we do have new sources that will get us there sooner, but we truly won't be back to where we were until fiscal year 2024. How long before we're at the 2021 levels? Is that the question? I missed the second question. How long before we are at the 2021 levels projected before COVID? So our projections just prior to COVID was $117 million in revenue. We will not be back to that amount probably till 2025, the fiscal year 2025, so that next fiscal year. Are expenditures sustainable? We did make cuts to the budget when we anticipated the impacts from COVID. We made a 20% reduction across the board. We can continue to operate with those reductions, but if we make any more cuts to our existing programs without significant changes, I think that will impact the level of services. So I think I'm gonna combine your last question and this question. I think as far as what we want to cut, I think ultimately the council needs to decide that, but truly we need to start cutting programs instead of, or we will see a lower quality in the programs that we have. We can't maintain the same level of programs and expenditures and add new expenditures without making some cuts somewhere. So I think either during the budget discussions, when we get to mid-year or the budget, we can talk about things that we actually want to cut if we need to cut at that time. And again, it will be based on our revenue projections, but at some point we do need to actually cut some programs if we're going to continue to add new programs to the work plans. And there was a question about TOT. Yes, so our current projections for TOT is actually about 68% of the 2019 actuals. So we're close to 70% with our projected TOTs. We are on target to hit that. We are seeing the TOT recovering well. We're not nearly anywhere close to back to where we were. I think with the opening of the international borders and more travel and tourism, we will see TOT come back even more. But right now it's steady, at least with what the adopted budget's projected. Where do we see revenues in 2023? I think was one of the questions. And that, again, it's hard to say. It's still uncertain. There's still a lot of uncertainty with the economy. So I think as we get to mid-year, we'll have a better idea. But at this point, I would see them at least being where we are for this fiscal year, our budgeted amount of 104 million, somewhere around that area.
The question was reserves. Sorry, that 2023, the question was, where do you see our reserves in 2023? Because you already answered the other question.
Okay. So at this point, where we are now, and again, the economy is uncertain, but we don't expect to draw down from additional reserves in 2023. Hopefully by that point, we can at least have a balanced budget. It is not a good idea to have an ongoing drawdown of reserves. I mean, we save that for times of economic downturns, and we're not sure where we'll be if we're at recovery yet in 2023, but hopefully we will be there. Right now, we're projecting about a $20 million reduction in reserves from where we were at the start of the pandemic, which was about 138 million. So we'd be close to 118 million, 115 million at the end of this fiscal year and going into 2023. And then I believe the last question was the council initiatives. So generally we budget money for council initiatives, and that's tracked with each staff report that adds new initiatives. Often that amount, there's a budget that comes with an initiative. Sometimes an initiative is an idea that doesn't have a budget, and so it's more of a larger project that's going to take some time, and staff will come back with what that cost is. So the short answer is yes. When we have too many of those, and it's really going to impact the budget, I will certainly let you all know for those. And I think that was it.
Councilmember Erickson, do you have a question for our city manager?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I forgot to ask this during my council member comments. David, I just wanted to get it right that TOT, based on the budget you presented, is steady. So based on the budget projections that we're looking at, the TOT actually that comes into our city as the largest source of revenue that we're looking at is actually running steady to hit those budgetary remarks. So hopefully at mid-year we'll know a definitive answer, but it looks pretty good if I'm not mistaken by what you just said.
It's steady based on the reduced budget. So we had a significant cut in 2020. We went from somewhere around 15 million, I believe it was, down to 9 million last year. I'm sorry, 25 million down to 9 million last year. This year we're budgeted 17 million. We're steady for that 17 million. We're not steady as in being back to where we were pre-COVID.
And do you know by chance, it seems like these projections by getting back to things in fiscal year 2023, as well as then being budgeted, balanced budget, but then looking at 2024 is really where we're looking at coming back to some sense of normalcy. Other cities probably aren't in the same type of positive situation. They're probably looking at much longer and many more years down the road, correct? Based on what we're probably in our cities our size?
It's hard to speak for other cities, but yes, I think it's certainly throughout the last year from things I've heard. I think initially projections were anywhere from 3 to 4 years to recover from the impacts of COVID. I think we may be a little bit less than that, a little sooner. So yes.
All great news, David. Thank you so much. It was a great report.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, David?
I don't think so, unless I missed something. Again, there are a lot of questions there.
Yep. Okay, so then we are going to, we need to do the fiscal impact, city clerk fiscal impact on the consent calendar with the addition of 4B, 4D, 4E, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, and 6A.
Yes. So the fiscal impact with all of those items added is $535,525 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
Thank you very much. And can we
So
get a
moved.
motion?
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I saw your lips say yes, but I don't think it came.
Yes.
Oh, it's okay. There we go. Mayor Meister.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to move on to our public hearing. We only have one public hearing this evening, item 3A, and that is to amend the development agreement to extend term by 24 months at 9001 9017 Santa Monica Boulevard. The City Council will consider amending a development agreement to extend the term of the agreement by 24 months for the completion of construction and operation of the restaurant and commercial spaces for a mixed-use project on Santa Monica Boulevard, 9001 to 9017. And can you tell me how this public hearing was noticed?
It was noticed as required by law with the notice posted and mailed on October 21st, and it was published in the Beverly Press on that same day.
Thank you. So we're going to open the public hearing. And are there any disclosures from council members? Councilmember Horvath?
I spoke with the attorney for representing this property. I don't know if it's an applicant at this point, but I wanted to disclose that I spoke with their attorney.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico?
I have not spoken with anyone regarding this staff report, but I've spoken to many people involved with this project over the past 15 years. But I do want to say I don't need a staff report of any length. If my colleagues don't, I'm happy to defer directly to public comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson?
Yes, I did not speak to the registered lobbyist representing this project tonight, as well as no one else associated with it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem? Any disclosures tonight?
I don't have any disclosures. I did not speak to the lobbyist representing the item, nor anybody else associated with it.
Okay, and I walk by the site almost every day, and I did speak with the project representative, the attorney. And now we will move on to the staff, if they want to just say a couple of words before we go to the applicant. We don't, is everyone okay about not getting a staff report?
I have some questions for staff, but I don't need a staff report.
Okay, well, let's get the staff on here and we'll go from there.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Temp and council members. And Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. I'm here to answer any questions for you. And we also do have the applicant representing the project in our Zoom room as well.
Thank you. And Councilmember Erickson, do you want to ask your questions now, or do you want to wait until we see if the applicant wants to address the council or the public?
I'm happy to just ask them really quickly. I've already preemptively asked the staff this, so they shouldn't not be able to look it up. How many extensions has this project been given already?
There have been 4 prior development agreement extensions.
And I understand the reasoning that they're coming before us now, but the prior extensions, were they pre-COVID or during COVID? Because there is no post-COVID anymore.
The prior ones were pre-COVID.
And what was the reasoning for those extensions based on what they're asking for now is because of COVID and all of the things laid out in the staff report? What were the reasons for the 4 extensions prior?
There were a variety of different reasons throughout the years. Perhaps Mr. Mark Lehman, the applicant's representative, would be able to answer that question if that's okay with you, Councilor.
Great. My last question is regarding the waiver of fees. I believe it's $36,000 for every previous extension. Was there a waiver of fees, or what other types of fees have been waived for this project in the past?
There have been fee waivers in the past. I don't have a dollar amount, but fee waivers have been included in past amendments.
Thank you.
For this project, yeah.
Okay, if there are no other questions for staff, does the applicant or their representative wish to address the City Council? You would have a maximum of 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Yes, this is Mark Lehman on behalf of the applicant. I'm happy to make my comments brief. I was planning to just frankly rely on Tony Castillo's presentation, but I'm here primarily to then respond to questions and comments. It's Mark Lehman, City of West Hollywood, long-term resident. We're asking for a 24 months extension tonight. This is really just COVID related. The prior extensions were over a period of time. Some of them, the first one, there was litigation involving this project that ultimately settled. There was that was probably the primary reason for the First Amendment revision to the DA. There was some internal changes. The property ownership changed. Then circumstantial changes with the economy and so forth. The design of the project changed. The original project was included the Palm Restaurant. There were delays. We lost the Palm Restaurant. Project was designed thereafter, redesigned. So there were some delays, I think, related to that. The phasing was ultimately eliminated from the project. And it's been being built, as you know now, in one one fell swoop. The primary reason, as I said, for the extension today has been COVID. The project's been delayed for many causes due to COVID. First, probably as well as many others, is at the beginning of the epidemic, the city decided to cut construction hours. So there were 2 hours a day plus no Saturday construction. That's now been in place for about 1.5 years, almost, since last May, I believe it was, or June. So that's really slowed down the project quite a bit, together with, as you probably all know, labor issues, especially at the beginning. People weren't working. COVID really affected everybody. It was hard to find people to work. And then those problems were sort of accentuated by what's gone on now in the marketplace all across the board, with shortages of goods and materials, the supply chain disruptions. That also actually caused redesign of some elements of the project, because there were items that could not be obtained to be installed and constructed. So they had to redesign the project to accommodate different construction mechanisms in the last 2 years. So that's basically the reason why we're asking for this extension. The other real reason, which is that the original project approvals for this project, which include an MCUP for the restaurant, were not drafted in the way they are today. So there was not a specific time frame that would have accrued probably post construction to allow the restaurant to initiate. So one of the parts of this extension is also to extend the project approvals for the same 2 years. So when we do have a new restaurant tenant and other tenants in place, they'll have time to initiate their use. On the last issue, the fee waiver, in this case, as you may know, in this project, as of 2017, has been paying interest at 5% on the $1 million public benefit. And the first fee payment was made in 2020, plus approximately $55,000 in interest. The balance of the public benefit amount will be paid when the project is finished and the C of O is issued, which we hope will happen next year. At that point, we probably will have about another $50,000 in interest that will have accrued. And one of our thoughts was, and potential sort of a request, is that the filing fees, which were about $30,000 and change, be deducted from that interest payment, as opposed to just a complete waiver, structure it that way. So that was what we were going to request tonight. We're here to answer any other questions about the project, status of construction. I think the staff report had quite a bit in it as far as detail on background and so forth. We're happy here to answer any other questions from the council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Are there any questions from my colleagues at this time? Okay, and I have been told that there are no public, well, apparently there's one public speaker, but no public speakers that can actually say something that we'll understand. If anyone wants to speak on this item, speak now or forever hold your peace. Melissa, anybody?
Thank you. I don't have anyone listed to speak on this item, but if there is anyone in the meeting who wishes to speak on the public hearing, item 3A, please use the raise hand feature.
Okay.
Okay, seeing none.
Thank you. And Councilmember Erickson, did you have another question?
No, I was going to make a comment.
Okay. Mark, do you have anything else to add? You do have a chance to rebut, even though there's nothing to.
No, I'm happy to waive rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have no more questions. I guess now we are ready to, we can close the public hearing. And Melissa, you'll tell me if I'm doing something wrong, and we can now have deliberation and a vote. who would like to start the discussion? Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks so much, Mayor. I'm supportive of moving this development agreement along. However, in my conversations with staff, I would like to propose the following 2 amendments to the staff report. I would like to move it because they have been given so many development extensions in the past, 4 specifically, all pre-COVID. Instead of 22 months, I would like to make it 18 months. I think that we've had other items on here asking in the past for multiple extensions. We want to get it done. And from my understanding, from what staff has told me, they can do this and it'll probably be done sooner, if not later. But we don't want later. And we want to make sure that we don't have other projects coming before us with this precedent. And then I would not like to waive the $36,000 fee. So my amendment to staff's recommendation would be 18 months and not waiving the $36,000 fee.
Okay, anybody have any comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I was actually going to say that with regard to the fee, I'm also supportive in not waiving the fee. It sounds like there's been 4 prior fee waivers, and I am supportive of extending it. And also, again, if staff is saying it can be done in 18 months, I also want this project to be done in 18 months. And if it doesn't, if there's more issues again, they can come back to us. But I think the neighborhood wants this to continue and finish rather than sitting there. We've had a lot of developments that are just sitting and extending and extending. And when we can make sure that things move forward, I think we should.
Councilmember D'Amico?
I will second that motion that Councilmember Erickson made.
Councilmember Horvath, do you have?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm comfortable with staff's recommendation as well as the evaluation that was made by Planning Commission. If it is the will of the council to follow the motion that was made, I will support the motion. But I think what we're trying to do, I mean, this project is already underway and I would like to see it completed. And I share my colleagues' eagerness to see it completed as quickly as possible. So if we think there's a different path forward to getting there, I'm open to having that conversation, but I just wanted to clearly state for the record that I think what in appeals, we always are looking at what comes before us as recommended by Planning Commission. And I just wanted to acknowledge the good work of the Planning Commission in evaluating this in concert with our staff to make this recommendation. Thanks.
Right. I am fine with the 24 months that staff has in their current recommendation. I don't want to have to see them come back to have a more filing fees in order to ask for another extension, even if it's just for 2 months. City Attorney Langer, am I allowed to, do I need to open up the public hearing to, if I see that Mr. Lehman's hand is up to make a comment?
I think given that this is a development agreement and that there were no public comments on this, I think you can ask Mr. Lehman if he has any comments before finalizing your vote.
Mr. Lehman.
Yeah, I mean, on the issue of the length of the extension, I think the reality from our viewpoint is the concern about the uncertainty with future of COVID. I mean, if we do have another surge, which is possible, then construction will be delayed, and that's not through our fault. I mean, this, as you probably have seen if you've driven by the project, it is it's getting close to completion, but there are a lot of things outside of our control, which is why we asked for the 24 months, so we wouldn't have to come back again. We hope we don't. Obviously, these delays in COVID are costing the developer a lot of money, and they want to get this project finished as quickly as we can. So we just would respectfully request the 24 months if possible, and thank you.
Yeah, I'm open for the 24 months. I've been walking by that project nearly every day, and they've been working, and they're probably one of the few developers that have been working on a project that we have approved. So I'm sure that they want to get this done as much as we do. I don't want to see them have to come back for another extension. I am totally fine with no waiving of fees for the first few times that there were extensions given. There was no increase in, adding interest, et cetera. So it wasn't until, what was it, 2015 or 16 that we asked for that interest. So I'm perfectly fine with the recommendation that staff has sent us. Yes, Councilmember D'Amico.
So I guess I want to make sure I am fully checked into what is the threshold for completion of this project and what the 24 months means, because I think my interest, as always, the sooner we get a certificate of occupancy, the sooner we will have 8 more affordable housing units to move people into. And if we're going to delay the certificate of occupancy for example, they don't want to flip their construction loan to permanent financing, or they don't want to finish it to pay the rest of the money they owe us, or they don't want to this, or they don't want to that, when in fact, I walk by it and I see they have 6 months of construction to do, understanding that maybe 7 months or 8 months or 9 months, but waiting 24 months to finish, have the development agreement lapse, I'm just not there. And I think it's important that we continue to press our development community to finish projects that they start, understanding that it's difficult. But for those of us who were here in 2017 or whenever we gave the last extension, it was outrageous that we would think they wouldn't be done by 2022. So I get it, it's tough, and I'm not making light of how complicated and expensive it is. But I think the other part of this that I think through is that if you save 6 months of labor, you've saved quite a bit of money and quite a bit of cost. So the sooner they wrap this up, the sooner we get to have people living in our affordable housing, and the sooner the payments get made. So I'm just there. If the council wants to go another way, and it's 10 to 8, I hope we wrap this up by 8 o'clock and move on to the next item. I think we're talking about 6 months here, but I do think it's important that I keep my eye on the ball, which is that I want these projects finished and people living in them.
What if we compromise at 20 months and call it a day?
I am willing to compromise at 20 months and no waiver of fees. So I'm happy to make that a new motion, or I see Lauren Langer raising her hand. I can take away my motion or do whatever she will tell me to do.
Lauren? We don't hear you.
Sorry about that. I was just going to note that if you are going to make that change, that I'll read some changes into the record because it's an ordinance and a development agreement. So I'll just note for the record where the time period is stated, that in the ordinance in section 6.1 and 7.1, it refers to 24 months. So we could replace that with 20 months. And then in the actual contract amendment of the development agreement, in agreement section 1, it refers to a 24-month extension to January 8th, 2024. So we could replace that with 20 months. And if Tony or Jennifer know what 20 months gets us to, we could also insert an actual end of term date.
I think Tony's working that out right now.
That's right. And then in section 2 of the development agreement, it also requires an end date, as it refers to January 8th, 2024. So if we can just get that date, I will insert those dates in.
Mayor, may I just comment? I think there was a mistake in the comments made by staff before. There never was a fee waiver on any of the prior amendments to this DA. This is, the fees were paid in each one of those cases. I just want you to all be aware of that. To my knowledge, and I actually represented the applicant, we never had a fee waiver before. Here, the fee waiver, the reason why we've asked for it is because the peculiar circumstances of COVID. These have been outside of our control. So that's why we've been asking for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. So we're waiting for Jennifer.
Mayor, the 20 months would be September 8th of 2023.
Okay. City Attorney Langer, do you need to? We're good? Okay. Councilmember Erickson, would you like to make your motion again?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I would like to move that we approve the extension for a period of 20 months to be set forth in the date Antonio just read as part of what Lauren was doing, as well as not waive the fee of, I believe it was $36,000 or whatever mentioned in the staff report.
Thank you. Second? Councilmember D'Amico, are you seconding?
Yes, second, sorry. I said it very loudly to myself in my own.
I saw your
Zoom
lips
room.
moving. Yes.
Yes.
City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lehman. We do not have another public hearing, so we will be moving to unfinished business, item 4A. We are going to take a break and be back here by 8:15. Thank you.
Mayor, this isn't your first meeting on Zoom, right? Did we have one before we went back in person? I can't remember. Is that bad? Probably.
I'm sorry?
I said, you did one meeting on Zoom prior to us first hybrid, right? I was trying to just remember.
Yes,
That's what I
at
thought.
least one, yeah. Might have been two, actually.
Is it bad that we can't remember?
The meeting that, when I got installed.
Yeah.
And then a meeting after that, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was trying to remember what I was on break.
Okay, we'll be getting going in a minute. I see we're all here. Okay, we're back. And we are now going to unfinished business 4A, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood regarding a citywide minimum wage. Councilmember Erickson, you said to me earlier, or you just made a comment that somebody may have changed their mind. Actually, I did ask that this item come back to us and not on consent at our last meeting, because I did want to hear from the business community. So anyway, we'll move forward from there. I actually have a question for our city attorney. City Attorney Langer, can we do a straw poll on the hotel portion of the ordinance?
Yes. If it helps you guide your discussion and how you want to run the item, I think you can start with that.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe that would help move things along if we did that. So I can do that now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought that we would do a straw poll on the hotel portion, the hotel workers portion of the ordinance, to ask the question, is everyone in favor of the portion of the ordinance related to hotel workers? Is that the right way to frame it, Lauren? Okay.
Yes, and then if you want the rest of the staff report or discussion to focus on the other piece, that's how you could frame it. The public can speak on all parts of it, but I think it's for purposes of framing your internal discussion, that's fine.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may just have clarification what you mean by that, because my understanding is that the proposal is not just for hotel workers, but for all workers to be on par with the policies that have been adopted in neighboring cities. So I just want to make sure we're not applying an ordinance that applies only to hotel workers. I want to make sure we're saying the same thing.
Well,
So
what we're talking about is the discussion. So to know what way our discussion is going, there are two alternatives in the staff report. One is to have one ordinance, and the other is to have one ordinance for hotel workers and to come back with more information on non-hotel workers if that's a direction that we want to take. So I'm trying to see if we are all in agreement on the hotel workers portion of the ordinance so we can at least guide our discussion and not waste time talking about things that we all agree on.
I just want to be clear what I'm agreeing to. So I guess that's what I'm asking for, but however you want to have the conversation, I'll just make sure I'm clear in my votes. Thanks.
And I guess I'm misunderstanding the conversation as well. And per your prior comment, we all agreed that it would come back on unfinished business. And then should everything have been there, we would have moved it to consent, not that it would be on consent. But additionally, I just want to make sure, because I don't want to go back to our original agenda setting question where we do one thing and then say essentially that we're going to do something else and have a conversation later after we get more data. I'm prepared to make a full decision tonight because I believe this was one holistic conversation about everyone earning the same wage as what we talked about prior, not splitting it into two as the alternatives in the staff report. So I just want to make sure I too am clear on what you're proposing, because I'm not hearing it. And I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Okay, well, when we spoke at the last meeting, we all agreed that the hotel portion of the ordinance would be effective immediately, right? Or January. Is that correct?
Again, it's not just the hotel portion. It's a minimum wage increase for all workers, because in order to be on par with the neighboring cities, if that's what we're adopting, then all wages would be raised in the city to $15, and that would include a separate wage for hotel workers. So if that's what you're proposing, I just wanted to be clear about that, because it's not just going to apply to hotel workers.
The $15 an hour. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to try to get us to where we actually are. We voted to have hotel workers plus the hotel workers sick time go into effect 1764 plus the 96 hours sick time plus a certain, I think 70 something uncompensated sick time, personal time, etc. get into effect January 1st. We all agreed to that. We also agreed in a unanimous vote that July 1st, 2022, all businesses would be at 1764 and plus the same sick time as hotel workers. So the only difference that is in the ordinance that we all agreed to was that January 1st would be the hotel workers, July 1st, 2022 would be all other businesses. So if I'm understanding your proposal, yes, January 1st, 2022, hotel workers, I agree. We agreed that they would go to 1764 and plus the sick time that the hotel workers have. I think the discussion is, from what I'm guessing, is what do we do with all the other businesses? Is that right?
That is correct, because the motion that Councilmember D'Amico made was not specific to when things would happen or how things would happen, just to make it happen. So in other words, I don't know, there was no specific dates on implementation in terms of if we're going to do this in phases or not.
There was actually a specific
hotel.
There was actually a specific date that we agreed to. July 1st, 2022 for all businesses aside from hotels, and January 1st, 2022 was what I voted on. And I think I clarified that too at the end, would be hotel workers.
Okay, well, that's not what I heard, but we can still have a discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, perhaps we should hear from the public, and then maybe it will be clear what the next step will be, because I think the five of us have maybe gone, well, I don't want to speak for anyone else, myself. I would like to hear from the public before I make any comments about where I think we should step off this discussion.
And I do have some questions I'd like to ask before we hear from the public. Normally there's a staff report and a presentation of where we are, and we kind of skip that part. And I'm okay if that's really what we want to do.
No,
But
we don't have to skip that part. My hope was that we didn't have to talk about the hotel workers portion of the ordinance, because we have, I think we have an agreement there that we can at least focus on where there might be some other issues. That was my whole point. But I'm fine with talking about everything.
We've all been instructed on that now, and I think what we need to do is just make sure we're all clear about what we're talking about, including with the public. So
okay,
I have some questions I'd like to ask before the public, but if there's a report to hear before that, I'm happy to wait, whatever you decide.
Okay, Janet, are you here to give a report?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and members of the public. I am Janet Jimenez, Assistant to the City Manager. This evening, I'm joined by our City Manager, David Wilson, City Attorney Lauren Langer, Community and Legislative Affairs Manager, John Leonard, and Management Analyst, Paulo Kesperdet. Item 4A is an ordinance establishing a citywide minimum wage. Earlier this afternoon, a supplemental memo was provided to the council and posted to the online agenda, which included minor clarifications to the proposed ordinance. I'll further discuss those clarifications in the presentation. Next slide, thank you. At the August 31st City Council study session, the council directed staff to draft an ordinance to establish a hotel worker minimum wage of $17.64 per hour. At the October 18th City Council meeting, the council directed staff to draft an ordinance to establish a citywide minimum wage of also $17.64 per hour for all businesses. Throughout the various public meetings and staff reports, there has been discussion on wage policies and the benefits of adopting such. The city has conducted extensive research into the issues that have been raised. Wage policies are intended to raise the wages of the lowest paid workers, lift people out of poverty, enable workers to meet basic needs and avoid economic hardship, address income inequality, and reduce the reliance on government public assistance programs. To recap previous discussions, a minimum wage is intended to cover the necessary costs for persons living in the United States. Based on a living wage calculator developed by MIT, the appropriate living wage for a single person with no children in the LA County region would be $19.35 per hour. This is the minimum wage a single individual would need to earn in LA County to provide for their basic needs and not be overly burdened in any one expense category. It should be noted that the calculation of the baseline living wage is for a single individual in the county as a whole and does not include individuals that may have a dependent, for example, a child, or those that live in a higher cost area of the county, such as West Hollywood. According to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, affordable housing is defined as not more than 30% of one's gross household income. Due to the cost of living in LA County, though, it's typical for persons to allocate more than 50% of their gross household income on housing costs. The average market rate of a one-bedroom apartment in West Hollywood ranges between $1,700 and $2,000 per month. That doesn't account for people with families that may need larger housing units, which the current state minimum wage of $15 per hour barely covers basic housing expenses, causing financial hardship and rent burden. The payment of a minimum wage advances the interests of the city of West Hollywood as a whole by creating jobs that keeps workers and their families out of poverty. The proposed minimum wage promotes regional consistency and competitive wages, and the ordinance is intended to improve the quality of services provided throughout the city to the public by reducing turnover, absenteeism, and instability in the workplace. As previously stated, the council directed staff to draft a revised ordinance that established the citywide hotel worker minimum wage, a citywide wage, and include guaranteed leave provisions for all employees. The proposed ordinance before you tonight aligns with the current hotel worker minimum wage in the cities of Los Angeles and Santa Monica. LA first adopted their hotel worker minimum wage in 2014 at a rate of $15.30 per hour. The initial rate was based on the 2012 federal poverty threshold annual income for a family of 4 with 3 children, adjusted for the cost of living in Los Angeles. That income at that time was $28,035. So the The adjusted cost of living was then divided by the average annual hours worked by a hotel worker, which would equate to the $15.30 per hour that was established. So just to recap how they've gotten to their current wage, as of July 1st of 2015, all hotels in LA with 300 and more guest rooms were required to pay the minimum wage of $15.30 per hour. As of July 1st of 2016, all hotels with 150 or more guest rooms are also required to pay $15.37 per hour. And then as of July 1st of 2017, that wage has been adjusted annually on July 1st. So the table before you shows you the trajectory of the wages to date for both the city of LA and the city of Santa Monica, who adopted their hotel worker wage probably about a year after LA. So the proposed ordinance establishes an implementation and wage rate as follows. As discussed earlier, the effective January 1st of 2022, the citywide minimum wage for all hotel workers would be $17.64 per hour. Effective July 1st of 2022, the citywide minimum wage for all businesses will be $17.64 per hour plus the annual percentage change of CPI. And each subsequent year, the citywide minimum wage will be adjusted by the annual CPI again on July 1st. The proposed ordinance includes set guaranteed leave provisions for all employees as follows. All employers shall provide at least 96 compensated hours off per year for sick leave, vacation, or personal necessity. In addition, if an employee has exhausted their compensated time off for the year, all employers should permit full-time employees to take at least 80 additional hours per year of uncompensated time off. As stated in the supplemental memo that was provided to the council, the leave provisions become effective when the minimum wage goes into effect, not when the ordinance is effective. The other provisions that the council directed staff to include still remain in the ordinance. They include service charges, transitional employers, supersession by collective bargaining agreement, and a one-year waiver request process. The recommendation before the City Council this evening is to introduce on first reading the proposed ordinance establishing a citywide minimum wage, which is updated, amended attachment A of the report. Alternative one is for the City Council to discuss an implementation schedule to phase in the proposed minimum wage increase for non-hotel businesses. And therefore the council may introduce on first reading the alternative ordinance establishing simply a citywide hotel worker minimum wage this evening. That is attachment B of the report. Alternative two is for the City Council to discuss other options as it sees fit this evening. This concludes staff's presentation this evening, and the team is available for any questions or discussion that the council may have. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So maybe I can help clarify what I was trying to say. So it's my understanding that as of right now, through the end of the year, small businesses have an hourly wage in West Hollywood of $13. Large businesses have $14 and hotel workers have $14. And that the proposal, the original proposal that I think, Mayor, you're trying to get us to clarify we agree on would bring hotel workers to $17.64, but it still brings those large businesses and small businesses to $15 an hour. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying we agree on?
I would say that that's the start.
Okay. And so that's what I meant, that, we're not just talking about hotel workers, we're talking about all workers for January 1st. And then I have some other questions, I think, for our city attorney. First, I wanted to, we got a lot of correspondence, and I personally got a lot of phone calls and correspondence about the idea of total compensation. And it's my understanding that state law precludes tip credits in the state of California, though it's permitted in other states. But the idea of total compensation considers things beyond tips. So I wondered if things like service charges or other things would be considered are allowed to be considered under state law, or whether total compensation actually allows for whether total compensation could be allowed for under our state law, which I know is different than most other states.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, because we did receive a lot of correspondence and information about tip credits and total compensation models. And here's what I'll say. I think a tip credit is not allowed in the state of California. I think that's very clear. And some businesses and the Restaurant Association and others have proposed an alternate way to look at that, and instead do sort of total compensation or highly compensated employee exemption from the minimum wage ordinance. And I will say it is possible that that could be permitted under state law, and I think it all goes back to this idea of not allowing a tip credit. So it's something that we would have to study a little bit more if the council was interested in pursuing that approach. I think we would need to know what types of employees receive benefits that are included in taxable income, and what industries are we talking about? Are we only really talking about tipped employees, or are we talking about a larger industries and larger pools of employees? So I think it's something that may be possible to craft a term that we could include in the ordinance, but it would certainly require more study.
And are there, before the council makes any decisions tonight, I just wanted to clarify with you what, if any, legal requirements exist in terms of providing a foundation for making a minimum wage change. Are studies required? Are certain types of analyses required? What's required before we make tonight's decision?
Well, I think it's different in every city how these conversations come about. A minimum wage is a combination of economics, policy, and legal framework that everyone's trying to balance. And so I think it comes to be in a different way in different cities. Here I think the city has started this conversation, 5-6 years ago, and has started it again now with roundtables, study sessions. I think this is now the second meeting to talk about all of those factors. So I think there's not one formula for how you craft a minimum wage ordinance, but it has to take into account what each individual city needs, what the economics and policies are and business community in each city. And so there's not one type of study that needs to be done in order to adopt a minimum wage ordinance. You need to identify your basis for what you're doing, your rational basis for it, and explain who you're trying to help and why, and support it that way. But there's not one particular type of study or one particular process that needs to be followed in order to adopt these ordinances.
And so since you said we're not allowed, under state law, we're not allowed to accommodate for tips or service charges, which are kind of considered the same as tips and under the state law, are we able to create, it seems like we're able to distinguish between large and small businesses based on how the minimum wage is currently implemented. So are we able to distinguish in other ways, or is it strictly based on size of business?
No, I think that's a legislative decision that the city council can make. You can apply different wages to different categories of employees or to different types of industries or businesses of different sizes. And those are the specific legislative determinations that cities make based on their local factors and what works best in that local environment and that local economy.
One other question I had, based on conversations I had with some employers in the city, they mentioned to me that raising the minimum wage also impacts workers' compensation, which is a percentage of the total salary. So if a city adopts a higher than state minimum wage, are we able to provide any sort of direction on how their workers' comp is calculated? Could, for example, their workers' comp percentage be based on the state minimum wage, even if we adopt a higher minimum wage in the city, or is it tied directly to the city's minimum wage?
That's an interesting question, an interesting concept. Workers' compensation is a very complicated area of employment law. I do know that workers' compensation serves as a wage replacement program. And so when you're requiring businesses to pay a higher than state minimum wage, it's my understanding that is the wage that is replaced when you are when you're doing the calculations for workers' compensation. So my sense is that by adopting this ordinance, that is the wage that's going to count when there is workers' compensation payments and insurance.
Okay, I think that covers all of my questions for thus far. I just wanted to have those on the record before we heard from the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Are there any other questions before we go to public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for item 4A is Walter Schill. Walter, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
City Clerk, while Walter is getting himself set, can you, between the next speaker, just let us know how many speakers there are?
I can actually tell you what I have listed is 43, but there are quite a few names in the participant list that aren't on my list. And so my plan was, when I got through this list that I have, is to see if there was anyone else in the meeting who wished to speak on this item, and they could use the raise hand feature. Thank you. Go ahead, Walter.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you.
Yes, we can.
I appreciate the council looking more carefully into this. I think that minimum wage needs to look at each business category correctly. We did an analysis, and if this was implemented as proposed at $17, just our one restaurant, which is a medium-sized dinner-only restaurant in West Hollywood, would have nearly a $400,000 increase in cost. And we can't survive on that. Secondly, across the street from us, we have the city of Los Angeles. We have Beverly Hills. They're at $15 minimum wage. And so we can't have our wages 20% higher in our business than the one across the street. We need an equal, fair playing field. And I think the city was very smart to look at hotels in LA, large hotels in LA, I believe over 150 rooms. They're at $17.64. The city council seemed very informed to say, look, if the hotel in LA can do $17.64 with 150 rooms or more, we're going to do the same thing. So it's fair and equitable. To have your local businesses that have been in the community and want to stay, we can't pay 20, 30% more than the wage restaurants. But why would they pay $15 an hour and we pay $17.64? Secondly, workers' comp and employee liability is a percent of wages. Competitive wage. And I asked this personally support the $15. That's the LA rate. I just ask that the city council keeps us competitive. We have 24 hours paid sick leave in Beverly Hills, 48 hours in LA. We can't afford double or 4 times sick leave. And then the city council wants us to add 96 hours of paid vacation. That's just not competitive when restaurants survive on low margins. We employ a lot of people to do what we do. And a lot of our employees make $30, $40 an hour in service charges or tips if they're a server, or $20 to $30 an hour in other great roles. And the city is talking about poverty. These aren't poverty wages. You would actually be giving a $7,000 raise to an average bartender or server working full-time who's already making $50,000 or $60,000 a year. So if that doesn't make sense to you, then this ordinance is not correct. I would also ask that you help
Mr.
us.
Schultz?
Yes.
Sorry, you've exceeded your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next speaker will be Brett Lettieri. Brett, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you'd like, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hey, good evening, Council. I've prepared a statement. My name is Brett Lettieri. I'm the owner of The Den, a restaurant and bar on Sunset. I'd like to start off by saying that we're still in a pandemic and businesses are struggling to survive. The Delta variant has screwed up any progress that was made. September and October of this year have been the slowest months in the past 12 years that my business has been on Sunset. For example, my small business will incur an additional $200,000 per year expense as a direct result of the ordinance we're talking about tonight. We still have large loans and back rent due to COVID. Restaurants will have to respond by raising prices, reducing service, cutting hours, cutting positions, or closing for good. People will be out of work. The ordinance is going to harm the very people who need it the most in my industry, that is the kitchen staff, dishwashers, or other employees who don't make tips. Generally, these positions make more than the proposed hourly wage, so they will receive no benefit. Restaurants are also going to have to significantly raise prices, making West Hollywood a city where only the privileged elite can afford to dine. We are going to turn away business and turn away people who value visiting West Hollywood for its diversity and inclusion of all people, regardless of their socioeconomic group. We will also give us significant advantages to the restaurants outside the borders of West Hollywood. I'm not against the wage increase and would support aligning with the city of LA or exploring a carve out so that tipped employees align with the state minimum wage, which from my understanding is legal. We're asking you to please slow down, explore all options, gather data, talk to both business owners and employees, and propose a solution that benefits all and will not have devastating effects on the people who live and work in our city. Please, and let's not forget that the 96 and the 80 hours are tremendous of paid time off and sick leave. Like, we have to really consider this and really understand the implications. So I'm begging you, please slow down and study this. Our livelihood depends on it, not just the owners, but the employees in this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Anawalt. Mr. Anawalt, please unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Oh, good. Council people, thank you for allowing me to speak. I assume that you can hear me and hopefully see me.
Yes, we can.
Good, good. So my name is David Anawalt. My family has had a business on Robertson Boulevard since 1948. My grandfather opened, oh, there I am, my goodness. My grandfather opened that business 73 years ago. We have got to be one of your only continuous family-owned businesses. I ran the business on Robertson Boulevard in the mid to late 70s before going to Hollywood to open another lumberyard. I enjoyed my time in West Hollywood. It is a city of diversity. It's exciting. It's a fascinating city. There was so much free thinking and innovative businesses, and I think there still is. I don't have my office in West Hollywood anymore. I'm speaking to you tonight because of my concern that this ordinance, the minimum wage ordinance, will change the aspect of our city. The attributes that make, in my opinion, the city successful have to do with innovation, free thinking, small businesses that produce different things that are interesting. If we do this minimum wage, as the restaurateurs spoke about, we are going to stifle entrepreneurism. We're going to reduce diversity, and you're going to crush innovation. Innovation is what's going on in West Hollywood, and it's exciting. As a business person, I know the importance of keeping salary down, of keeping expenses down. You're just not going to survive. The restaurateurs who spoke prior to me hit it pretty well. So I'm going to pass over them, only to not over them, but I will just add to that, that if you have a new take on cuisine and you want to be in an interesting part of town, and you can either open in Beverly Hills or LA or West Hollywood, you're not going to West Hollywood if the minimum wage is $17.64 with all this extra time off. You're not going to do it because the odds are you're not going to survive. You're not going to be competitive. How about the clothing stores?
Mr. Anawalt?
Yes.
You've exceeded your 2 minutes, and we have a
Have
lot
I
of
really?
speakers. Yes.
Okay. Well, beg you to please slow down on this. You're going to drive established businesses, mom and pop businesses, the businesses that serve our community out of our community because they're not going to be able to afford it. They can move a few miles east or a few miles west and save money on labor. You're going to put the innovative businesses that make our city great.
Mr. Anwalt. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor,
you. Goodbye.
Mayor, can you see the timer that's on here?
I cannot see the timer.
Oh, not you, Mr. Anwalt. I'm talking to the mayor. I can see the timer, the blue sky timer thing that says 2 minutes. And I just want to make sure we're being fair to the public because this is the third speaker that's gone almost 3 minutes versus 2. So I want to make sure everyone has the time to speak and we want to hear everyone. But I just also, I don't know if you can see it, I can see it. So I know when it dings.
Council people, my apology. I could not see the timer. And I'm going to go on mute now.
Thanks, David.
And our city clerk is in charge of that, and she should tell people when the timer is done.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Genevieve Morrow. Genevieve, you will have 2 minutes and there's a speaker timer and hopefully you can see and hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Genevieve Morrow, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We're speaking tonight to ask you to please slow it down. This fast-paced 30% increase on our businesses is a grave concern for us and the welfare of our precious community for an ordinance during which a time when we need more COVID assistance. We've expressed our gratitude at multiple meetings regarding the out zones and the support during the pandemic repeatedly, which we're still not out of yet, but this is counterproductive to the amazing nomination you received as a business-friendly city. I also kind of want to understand all the extensive research that Janet Jimenez said that the staff did. We don't know of any economic data that's been gathered. But please listen to these businesses. This is not the way. We need you to help and support, not perpetuate a narrative that businesses are not paying their fair share. This is not the case. You haven't even gathered data on what we pay currently. It's admirable and empowering to have people fighting for the underdog, the underprivileged, and underserved, but it's ultimately hurts the worker that you're trying to help, and it's detrimental to your cause. Please slow this down. We'll be good partners with the city. We'll get us to where you want us to get to. Please consider the staggered increase, total compensation for gratuity workers, gather data on what's already provided and what the state law already requires for time off before moving into such a massive increase so quickly. Continue to help us through the pandemic to recover all your beautiful and generous work to support the business community. This will be destroyed by this action. And we'll work with you to find a common ground and solutions in a manner that works with this fragile West Hollywood ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Lee Main. Lee, you may unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council, and I can see the timer, John, just so you know. I used to tell the city of Santa Monica all the time how pro-business West Hollywood was, and I don't think they listened. And go drive around Santa Monica right now and see what that city's become. No locals want to hang out in downtown Santa Monica. Anyway, we own Boa Steakhouse in Katana. I'm vice chairman of the Sunset Strip Bid. We've been in business in West Hollywood for over 20 years. I want you to be aware that most business owners aren't even aware this is going on. They don't follow, day-to-day politics and what's going on, and they have no idea. They're gonna be slapped in the face when this happens, if it happens. We are supportive of being socially progressive, but this is an absolute business and job killer. I'm telling you, and everyone else is telling you as well. It's simply too much and too fast. We need to delay this decision, spend some time looking at the data and understand the repercussions. Being this much higher than our neighboring cities is going to empty out storefronts and the energy of West Hollywood. Why would someone open a business here when labor is 30% higher, all in labor, not just the wage, as you know, when you can open next door in LA or Beverly Hills? If our lease was up, we would move. We would never open here, just like David said. If this happens, businesses will 100% close. I want you to understand this. We've been doing this a long time. You need to look at this. You need to listen to us. Next year, we can take the time and we can meet with you. New businesses will shy away. They will absolutely cut hours. People will lose jobs. People will change the way of doing things. People will go to counter service. I think the Abbey's already done that. Matching the city of Los Angeles is a great option. They're right next door to us. I don't think we would be upset with that in any way. I think it would be fair. It's a much more reasonable strategy. Let us study this next year. We're willing to help study it with you. We'll lead the cause. We want everyone to be happy. Don't forget, we're still restricted by COVID regulations, and many businesses still owe their landlord.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Phil Cummins. Phil, you may turn off. There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Cummins.
Thank you very much. My business partner Lee just went before me, so I just have a little bit to add. We have been part of the fabric of WeHo for over 20 years with Bo and Katana. We have over 200 employees locally in WeHo. We have felt a lot of pain. We had to close Roku and Blind Dragon during COVID, and 80 jobs were lost. 10% of all California restaurants have closed in the last year, and 35% are struggling to stay afloat. If enacted, this will cause WeHo businesses to go bankrupt and be a job killer. We need to be on a level playing field with Beverly Hills and Los Angeles. We cannot pass this proposed minimum wage on to our guests. How could we have prices for the same glass of wine, the same California roll, the same salad higher in West Hollywood than it would be in Los Angeles or Beverly Hills? Most of our guests are locals and they are price competitive. With tips, all of our employees are making more than $17.64 an hour. Our front of house employees are making on average $46 per hour. You will be giving a large raise to the very well compensated. We implore you to see if there is a way to have a local total comp carve out. We ask that you pause, and together we can come up with a plan that will accomplish the social justice goals, but not destroy the fabric of West Hollywood. Thank you. And I could not see the timer.
It's not on right now. It's
Okay.
having technical difficulties apparently. So our next speaker is Lucian Todor. Lucian, please unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera.
Hi, this is Lucian Tudor. I represent La Boheme Restaurant in West Hollywood. We are there from 1991, and I want to start by saying a big thank you for you, council member and mayor, of letting us operate on the outdoor dining. But my perspective of this minimum wage, it's the following. A manager on the front with a lot of responsibility makes around $60,000 to $70,000 a year, and the server can make from $70,000 to $90,000 a year just in tips. So I want you to take in consideration the total compensation, the sick leave. Also, it's we cannot afford it. We don't want to go away from West Hollywood. We're here for 30 years. We want to stay here. We love the city. We love the community. And please allow us to continue perform our business and not looking around for other options. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucian. Our next speaker is Danielle Wilson. Danielle, you may unmute yourself and turn on. Go ahead, Danielle, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Danielle Wilson. I'm a West Hollywood resident and here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. What you're poised to do tonight is long overdue in our city. This conversation started all the way back in 2015 and was put back on the table nearly 10 months ago in February. Some have asked why now? Well, let me try to explain. Hotels and restaurants in West Hollywood, including many who I see on this screen here, have received millions of dollars in federal PPP loans, and many of these loans have already been forgiven. Meanwhile, federal unemployment has expired, and the majority of working people in this country have been left without a safety net. People are sick and tired of working poverty, which has no place in our progressive city. The least the city council can do is put a couple more dollars in the pockets of our city's most vulnerable workers. You know, we don't get to hear a lot about what the city council has done for businesses in our community. And I had already on Monday planned to talk about the nearly 20 different measures listed on the city's website that this council has adopted to support businesses during this time, including various fee deferrals, credits, weekly meetings, many other things. And then tonight, lo and behold, the council receives a gold medal for being the most business-friendly city during this time of economic recovery. So I think that point speaks for itself. And that is absolutely the right thing to do. However, the same has to be done for the workers who keep these businesses afloat. Raising the minimum wage is one of the few tools municipalities have to make real economic change for working people. And I'll just say as a resident that it was very difficult and painful for me to read the comments from businesses that I have regularly patronized for years opposing this measure. We are not going to punish bartenders and go-go dancers in our city by paying them a $2 minimum wage, punishing them merely because they are tipped workers. It makes no sense. If this is the end of the world, I honestly, I'm at a loss for words. Human beings cannot survive on $13, $14, and $15 an hour in 2021. It's absurd. Please do the right thing. I know you will. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Errol Russell. Errol, if you unmute yourself, you may turn on your camera and you will have 2 minutes.
Yes, Errol Russell. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm stakeholder of Kitchen 24 at the Ramada Plaza. This particular ordinance is going to create, I mean, I'm just echoing what everybody else has said that's spoken so far. I want to give more of a real life example of what's transpired with the minimum wage increasing from $8 to $15 an hour. You know, and I first want to say that we cherish and our family employees and all of our employees make more than the proposed minimum wage. That being said, a lot of them are tip earners, but tip earners make between $10 and $50 an hour over and above the existing minimum wage. This particular, we have had experience over the last few years bumping up our prices, which is one option to overcome this increase, which is several $100,000 for our business. To raise prices, we've done this the last several minimum wage increases. The first couple of times it worked. The last couple of times we've raised our prices, but we haven't garnished the additional sales that we need to mitigate the expense. Instead, our sales have gone down. Essentially, we've reached a threshold where people are not going to pay much more for pancakes and burgers. This ordinance would probably drive the cost of a burger up to close to $20. And people are going to opt to go to LA and get a cheaper burger, fast casual to get cheaper burger, or potentially even QSR to get another burger. The other option would be to potentially pivot Kitchen 24 into a model that's more based on alcohol and less on food. It's less labor to serve alcohol than food, and essentially eliminating jobs, which is not what anybody wants. The third option would be to leave West Hollywood to go to a neighboring city where we can survive. I ask council to, again, pause this and give us a chance to speak with you guys over the next coming year to come up with a solution that works for both business owners and for our cherished employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Paul Kalt. Paul, if you unmute yourself, you may turn on your camera and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, Paul's not in the meeting any longer. Let's see if Chad is not in the meeting. David Cooley.
Hi, this is David Cooley. Good evening, council, mayors. Congratulations on your nomination, and really hope that we win. I can't give enough thanks to our former city manager and our current manager and our staff for their support during the COVID. Those weekly meetings really were therapeutic and great to discuss our issues with my business colleagues. With this wage increase, I am supportive for the wage increase, but ask you review it more closely. I would love to hear more outreach, what the city has done, because the people who are speaking now are very active with the chamber and with the city council. Where is the outreach when you reach to the dry cleaners, the small retailers, the car wash people, retailers, on and on, the drugstores and so forth? Have you reached out to them, and are they aware what's going to happen July first. I'm very, very concerned of the small businesses, not only the restaurant business, but all small businesses. We support the increase, but we need more outreach. We need more time. We need to maybe match LA. Don't bring this on so quickly. And as you hear, all the businesses are very frightened of how quickly this is moving. So please, let's discuss this a little further. Let's outreach to all the businesses and come up with a great solution. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Carrie Moser. Carrie, please unmute yourself, and if you wish, you can turn on your camera.
Hi, good evening, Council. Carrie Moser, I'm partner in Gracias Madre. A couple points I want to make are, I feel like the distinction that needs to be clear is when you all say you want an even playing field for LA and Santa Monica, you're really talking about the minimum wage of hotels. I feel like pivoting that to all businesses is really a mistake. This will be the highest minimum wage in the country, as far as I know, for a restaurant to pay. Honestly, we're not lying to you when we're calling it right now. This is an unsustainable wage. The policy is, as I understand it, focused on trying to lift people out of poverty. But I want you to understand something about the way the restaurant business works. Anyone that is paid minimum wage in a restaurant is given tips. And similar to all of the restaurants that have shared tonight, servers are making between $40 and $50 an hour in my restaurant. The only people that would receive this wage increase in my restaurant would be tipped employees who are already making $40 to $50 an hour. All of the back of house employees that aren't earning tips are already at this wage or above. So in essence, in the restaurant business, this wage is only going to the top earners. I want you all to understand that. Secondly, I want you to understand that this is going to increase our workers' compensation insurance, and it's also going to increase our payroll taxes. These are unsustainable rates that we cannot pay. Just today, I was informed that all of my to-go-ware is now double the price I normally pay because a container costs $25,000 to come from China. So we all know we're in a pandemic. All of the costs for operating a restaurant are going up. I really want to implore you guys, you have to slow this down. We have to have a better outreach with the hospitality business, and you need to carve out restaurants and other businesses that aren't hotels.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Norma Hernandez, and she will need translation, which will be provided this evening by Jana Jimenez. Norma, please press. There you go, Norma. You will have 2 minutes.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Norma Hernández y trabajé en el Hotel Mondrian como recamarera. Tras el transcurso de mi tiempo, llegué a ganar 17,81, pero llevo mucho tiempo ganando muy poco. Cuando nos tocaba un aumento, la compañía tomaba en consideración si nosotros teníamos alguna disciplina, entonces no nos tocaba un aumento. A mí me pasó varias veces. Tener un sueldo digno no solamente me ayudará a mí, sino que también a mis compañeros y a todos los trabajadores de West Hollywood. Yo sé que con el sueldo que nosotros tenemos no se puede vivir dentro de la ciudad, que le hemos dado tanto. Cuando los compañeros se enferman, muchos de ellos llegaban a trabajar con su medicamento por no pedir el día de enfermedad. Por favor, tomen también esto en cuenta de que somos seres humanos y para no tener represalias o no tener warning, nosotros enfermos nos presentábamos a trabajar. Por favor, le pido de corazón que tomen en consideración esta propuesta. Apoyen el sueldo digno como ya lo tienen las otras ciudades en nuestros alrededores. Dios me los bendiga y gracias.
Good evening, my name is Norma Hernandez. I was a housekeeper at the Mondrian Hotel, earning a wage of $17.81, but for a very long time, that was the most I could earn. There was no better wage provided for me due to discipline along the years. I wasn't able to earn additional money per hour. Please help me and my colleagues and all the workers of West Hollywood earn a better wage. With the current wages, we can't afford to live in West Hollywood. My colleagues and I many times would come to work sick and ill with our medicine in hand so as not to face repercussions for not showing up to work. Please consider the ordinance before you and pass it. Thank you very much and have a great day.
You, Janet and Norma. Our next speaker is Sandra Pellicer. Sandra, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandra Pellicer. Trabajé como cocinera en el Hotel Estándar por 16 años. Durante mi tiempo en el hotel, yo veía lo poco que yo y mis compañeros ganábamos. Esta es la realidad para todos los trabajadores de West Hollywood y tras todo el país de aquí de los Estados Unidos. La compañía nos decía cosas que nos hacían creer que merecíamos ganar menos dinero. Cuando preguntábamos cuándo nos iban a dar un aumento, siempre nos tenían que decir que no nos merecíamos que nos pagaran más, porque nosotros pertenecíamos a una ciudad que se llama West Hollywood y no Los Ángeles. También habían ocasiones donde nuestra compañía no le pagaba los días de enfermedad cuando la gente se los pedía y si se enfermaban llegaban a trabajar por no perder el día. Por favor, pasen esta enmienda para que todos tengamos nuestros sueldos como todas las ciudades vecinas que lo han logrado. Yo les recuerdo a ustedes que ustedes llevan 2 semanas sin hacer el voto de nuestra ley, porque querían subir el salario a todos los trabajadores. Por favor, no se vayan a hacer para atrás de su palabra. Nosotros confiamos en ustedes. Pasen una excelente noche y que Dios me los bendiga.
Good evening, my name is Sandra Pellicer and I worked as a cook at the Standard Hotel for 16 years. For years, we earned a low wage. The company would lie to us and say that we didn't deserve a higher wage. They would not pay sick leave and my colleagues and I would have to come to work sick in order to get paid. Please pass this ordinance tonight so we can match the wages of other cities. This has been delayed now for 2 weeks. Please do not go back on your word and approve it tonight. Thank you and God bless. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Janet and Sandra. Our next speaker is Philip Cummins. Philip, you may press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you wish, turn on your camera.
You have me, Debo. I've already spoken.
Okay, great. Our next speaker is Nick Remedio. Nick, please press *6. And if you wish, you may turn on your camera.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Melissa?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. In light of your submission for the LEDC Most Business Friendly Award during COVID, in which the city was recognized this evening as a finalist, I asked you to consider the meaning of this award as it pertains to the minimum wage ordinance tonight. Ideas of building back better and that recovery should include everyone has to also include the small business community. If you believe that this minimum wage increase is in fact the correct course of action, then I would invite you to engage meaningfully with the same community in understanding how would they pay for this increase, which is the only responsible thing to do, and in fact includes everyone. You're going to hear from a lot of different speakers this evening. There is, in fact, alternatives that we can consider that can protect the restaurants and bars, that recognizes total compensation. But I ask as you vote this evening, I implore you to consider the following questions. Does ignoring total compensation and setting a universal minimum wage actually support existing jobs, create new jobs, or will it result in eliminating jobs as businesses will have no choice to survive? Are you in favor of soaring prices in our restaurants and bars for our residents and visitors alike, as businesses will have to find the revenues to offset this increase? Would you personally be able to afford to patronize the local businesses that you frequently support with a 30 to 40% menu increase? Do you want to make West Hollywood the place where entrepreneurship, where creativity is no longer the norm because you're not going to open a new restaurant here when you could open up cheaper in Beverly Hills or Los Angeles? These are really important questions. We thank you for your consideration tonight and hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Chris Bonbright. Chris, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. A lot of people have already covered a lot of the issues, so I want to talk about 2 points tonight. Number one, the concept of paid time off. So in the restaurant business, everyone who works every day has a specific position. And if someone is out that day and we're paying them to be out, we have to replace that function. So that means we're paying twice for that time. So it essentially doubles our cost. So if we're at 24 hours of paid time off currently, and we go to 96, that's 4 times that we're doubling our cost. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. It's not like in my real estate business, if my assistant is out on vacation for a week or she's ill, stuff doesn't get done, everything's okay. In the restaurant, every position has to be filled every day. And then we've got another 80 hours of unpaid time off. But if someone's out for that extra time, we also have to train someone to fill that position and recruit someone to fill that position, which is extremely difficult right now. So I just want to make sure that we're really thinking about the implications of some of the issues with this ordinance. And the second piece, and this is really important to me, 37 years, we've had this incredible city and we've had tremendous success. And a lot of that has been based on this relationship between the business community and the government. And it's had amazing results. And we've always worked together. We've always collaborated. We've always gotten in a room. We've always figured out the right answers. And we've done it in a way that everybody had time to think it through and come up with the right answer. And so what I'm asking, give us a minute here, let's get together and let's sit down together and make a great decision here. Thank
Madam
you.
City Clerk, I have a question for Mr. Bonbright before we move on, if that's okay. I just wanted to ask you, talked about hiring people to replace when people are out on paid sick leave. When people are out on paid sick leave, do they make a portion of the tips that are calculated for that evening, or are they strictly making the wage, the hourly wage that they would have earned that evening?
I believe it's the hourly wage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bonbright. Our next speaker is David Juarez. David, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is David Juarez, and I'm with the California Restaurant Association. I am calling in opposition of item 4A. The restaurant community has been devastated by the COVID-19 closures that occurred for most of last year and early this year. The restaurant community is still struggling to recover in the midst of a global pandemic. We are dealing with increases in the cost of goods and the labor shortage all at the same time. We are currently preparing ourselves to increase the minimum wage on January 1st to $14 and $15 an hour, and now having to potentially increase it to $17.64 for all employees 6 months later. That's an increase that many employers will not be able to sustain. Along with the minimum wage increase comes an increase of workers' compensation insurance, increase on payroll taxes, unemployment insurance, paid sick leave. So all of these things are tied to the overall payroll of a business. So when you increase the minimum wage, you're also increasing a ton of other expenses that a small business is responsible for. So for those reasons, we are proposing a minimum wage increase that encompasses a total compensation model. This will allow restaurants to allocate labor dollars where it's most needed for back of the house staff, the cooks, dishwashers, the maintenance staff. These are the workers that do not receive tips and depend 100% on their salaries to make ends meet. We're also asking the council to treat paid sick leave and service charges as a separate matter due to the fact that the city has not done proper outreach to the business stakeholders on how this will impact them. There's a lot of paid sick leave from the state that is currently in place that employees can take advantage of. There's 24 hours that the state provides. There's also Cal OSHA's exclusionary pay, which provides 2 weeks of paid sick leave at once for an unlimited amount of times. So again, we ask that these matters are postponed until a later date when proper vetting of the item has happened and that the total compensation model for the minimum wage increase is considered. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Keith Kaplan. Keith, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the city council members who've taken the time to discuss with some of the businesses the real concerns they have about their ability to recover their losses, catch up, and survive. These losses are real. The road to recovery is steep and very, very challenging. They're not exaggerating. They're not overstating. This is not a Chicken Little story. And if you find yourself doubting their stories in any way, questioning the severity of their losses, or hypothesizing that they're overstating the potential impacts of the proposed minimum wage, you need only look at the experience that your own business has gone through, the city of West Hollywood. David Wilson spoke a bit about that at the beginning of this meeting, but let me remind you, the city's annual financial reports for the fiscal years ending 2021 and 2020 show that the city experienced similar and significant financial hits. For example, TNT tax revenues for fiscal 2020 dropped 20.2%. And remember, that was only 4 months of the fiscal year because we didn't have COVID for the rest of the year. How high would that number have been if it was 8 months or a full year? Those TNT losses are a direct reflection of the loss of income the hotels experienced. And the hit was even a little steeper for sales tax, which showed a decrease of 21.2% versus prior years as businesses shut their doors and the revenue stream grinded to a halt. Fiscal 21, I've heard that there's a $17 million deficit. These continued losses are piling up for our hotels and our retail and restaurants. The sky may not have fallen in on Chicken Little's head, but he's certainly been walloped by far more than just a little acorn, giving him dizziness and a massive headache that just won't seem to go away. Only time will allow him to heal. I ask you tonight to please give these businesses the time to get back on their feet. Take some time to talk with them and come to an understanding of how best to achieve this objective of working at a livable workforce wage without bankrupting our businesses. Study the effect that wage disparity will have on our businesses as they compete with businesses in surrounding cities that have a significantly lower wage factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Daniel Reif. Daniel, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, I will try to be brief and not take up so much time as members of the Chambers of Commerce have done tonight. I'm a county resident, advocate for workers' rights. As the ordinance has been revised, we're still talking about starving wages. We can't afford, 1764 is not a livable wage in any sense in most counties across this country. Please still consider creating a living wage for all West Hollywood workers. I do want to appreciate that you have moved into considering that we create a standard wage for all workers. I think that's a really great advancement in this ordinance, but we still need to really consider at least the 1936 model by the county of a living wage for all workers. If you work 40 hours in West Hollywood, you deserve to live in West Hollywood. You deserve to have time off to go on vacation. And when you're sick, you don't go to work. You don't go to work. And as long as you're sick, you don't go to work and you get paid. And then you come back when you're not sick. Please continue to consider even more provisions to this ordinance that actually makes liberating workers a reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Lisa Vanderpump. Lisa, please unmute yourself, and if you wish, turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment. We can't hear you, but I see that you unmuted yourself.
I'm trying.
We can hear you now. I can help you turn on your camera if you'd like. Hold on.
Can you? It's not connecting.
Okay, well, you can still go ahead and provide comment. There you go. We see you.
Am I on? Okay. Well, thank you to West Hollywood City Council. I know so many of you so well, and I absolutely love and adore this city. And as you've seen over the last few years, I mean, I think we've been in the city as small business owners for 15 years now. and congratulations on your nomination. That whilst we understand the need to protect workers, many of these proposals need to be slowed down to allow our communities to recover and for more research to be done into the ramifications. It's so many of us have the back rent that we've got to catch up with. I think we've seen in America 110,000 restaurants closed down. And so many of our friends have found it unsustainable to get through this whole COVID nightmare. And we're still living through that now. We believe it's important, that due consideration needs to be given to the issue of tipped employees versus untipped employees. Tipped employees in the service industry are earning, as many people have stated, significantly higher wages. And I think that many of our tipped employees can walk away with $275 up to $700 for a shift. So as we're a progressive city, I think there needs to be a separate carve out. I just implore you to really give this a lot of thought, because I do believe if we raise the minimum wage now, it's going to be counterproductive. We're going to see so many people that are going to find it unsustainable. And as I've said prior to this, so many people don't even know this is going on. The people here that are informed and connected to the city council, we do. We have our ear close to the ground. But I really hope that you will consider the ramifications, as it really is very likely that so many businesses are going to find it unsustainable. And I know that people that I've talked to that leases are coming up for renewal don't want to renew their lease in West Hollywood if the minimum wage isn't in line with Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. Why would they? And to raise prices at this time, is my time up?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Curtain coming down. Well, thank you for listening and congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for considering us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Scott. Kelly, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish, and you will have 2 minutes.
You've heard a lot from, I'm Kelly Scott. I'm speaking on behalf of the Pandemic Recovery Coalition. Apparently I'm under a very bright light, but you've heard a lot from businesses, both big and small, about the struggles that they've been through and what this ordinance will do to them. So I'm not going to belabor that point. I do want to talk about the practicalities of this situation, because you do have solutions that are available to you, and they don't have to be as vague and fanciful as you might have the impression that they may be. The perception is that you have two camps here, and that we have competing interests, and that the council, or maybe some of the employees that have spoken, want to have a living wage, but the businesses don't, and they just want to save money and save on expenses. That's not really the case. What I'm hearing businesses say is that you have a lot of employees that are making well above minimum wage with commissions, with tips, and now we're going to be giving them service charges through this ordinance. So there's already quite a bit of money that they're getting that puts them well above minimum wage. And there is a solution to that. If you look at the total comp package, I submitted a letter that said, what if we take all of that gross earnings, divide it, take the hours that they've worked, divide the gross earnings by the hours they've worked, and if you're at 1.5 times the state minimum wage, then this ordinance would not apply. You can do that. You can choose what employees you're going to apply this to, what businesses you're going to apply it to, and you can have that kind of distinction. It would be legal. It would satisfy the concerns of the restaurants and other types of businesses that are already paying these people significantly more than a living wage.
Thank you very much. Our
Mayor, I didn't catch where Mr. Scott was from. I heard the Pandemic Recovery Coalition, but is that SOS WeHo from my understanding?
I've never heard that term, SOS WeHo.
I think they're synonymous, but I just wanted to, you said you broke up at the beginning. I just want to know who you represent.
You had a Pandemic Recovery Coalition.
And what is that?
It's a PAC.
It's a PAC made up of businesses in the city?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Craig Susser. Craig, if you unmute yourself, you may turn on your camera as well, and you will have 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, sorry. So anyway, for some reason it's not unmuting. I just first thank you to everybody for taking the time to listen to us. You know that I love being in the city of West Hollywood. And one of the reasons I love it is because it's a compassionate, smart, and I've always found a reasonable place to do business. During the pandemic, we did not lay off a single employee. Our employees are the reason that Craig's is successful. So, you know, we are who we say we are, and we stand behind our employees. I've taken several of you through the process, and our servers, I don't want to belabor the point, are making in excess of $45 an hour. Busboys are making anywhere between $34 and $36 an hour, and men and women in the kitchen are making on average well above $22 an hour. So I think the ordinance is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, at least in the restaurant business in West Hollywood. And I'm happy to show that to any of the council people. And I know that BOA has done the same thing. I know that Catch is happy to do it. Jaconi's is happy to do it. We're only as good as the people that work with us. And I wouldn't have people that have been with us for 8, 9, 10 years if they weren't happy in their workplace. Also, I just wanted to say, coming out of COVID, which I don't think we're actually out of yet, we've got inflation, we've got supply chain issues, we've got just finding employee issues. There's a number of things that we're facing. And I think that this is just an inopportune time to do that. But then again, I am not against being in alignment with the city of Santa Monica and the city of Los Angeles. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Susser. Our next speaker is Alexandra Stafford. Alexandra, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Alexandra Stafford. I work for the restaurants Fiesta Cantina and Cabo Cantina. And for reference, I am a 33-year-old resident of WeHo. I work in the restaurant industry, and I'm speaking on behalf of the restaurant group I work for, which, by the way, has lost 5 restaurants due to the pandemic at a cost of 200 jobs. But mainly from the perspective of an employee as well as a full-time resident of the city of West Hollywood. I've lived in WeHo since my move from New Orleans, Louisiana in 2017. In my time here, I've been privileged to be immersed in the wonderful business and restaurant industry culture that is embedded here in our city. I've frequented long-standing establishments that have made our city a destination for visitors far and wide. And I've seen friends in my own age group open their own new concepts and thrive among the industry veterans. Socially, I run in a circle of tipped service workers and can see on both sides of the fence the increase of minimum wage to the suggested rate of $17.64 will benefit neither sides of that fence. Council members, I ask you to look into the future and envision what our city will look like after the negative consequences of this increase takes its toll on our city. It will not be the same place I uprooted myself for in 2017. It will be unrecognizable. I cannot bear to see my employer suffer, my friends lose their service jobs, my cohorts, their hard-earned establishments, and our community staples shut their doors after decades of business. What's even more unimaginable for the future is visitors and residents like myself will be pushed out to surrounding cities in order to find more affordable goods, services, gas, or like Errol said earlier, a hamburger. Our sales tax revenues will go visit West Hollywood. Please give.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give more thought to your decision. Our livelihoods depend on it. And our
Your time is up. Thank you.
I don't see timer.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jake Mason. Jake, you can press *6 or unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. So I am a small business owner in the city of West Hollywood as well. And I am actually really for upping minimum wage and creating a living wage for employees. We've always paid more. We continue to pay more. Very small business here. I think that when the people in the chamber talk about research from the chamber, that's hard to do because there was anything that opposed this was deleted and blocked, and any voices that didn't agree with the chamber were muted. So it's not really, when they talk about doing research, that also includes the other side of it and not just what the chamber puts out. It's very disappointing because I was a potential member, but probably not anymore. If they want you to research impact, then I want to also see the W-2s of all these top tier wage earners that they're referring to. I waited tables in West Hollywood for years. And yeah, sometimes we'd make some good money and sometimes we'd walk away with $0. These servers get the brunt of attacks from customers and businesses that have already raised their prices. People are meaner and they're tipping less, and they're the ones that have to handle it. As a resident, I'm also saddened by seeing these businesses speak out, and we're taking note as to where I want to spend my money, because it's just, these are the people that built your business. And if your business model is built on the backs of underpaid workers, then it's not a sustainable model. And if there's all these well-paying jobs, then why is there also a labor shortage? I'm just going to say, I hate these kind of topics because they're just so divisive. I understand where some people are coming from. I understand the fear as a business owner, but people have to come first and the residents have to come first. And thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Our next speaker is Raja Sanidi. Raja, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the time for tonight to be able to talk about this. I'm an owner of Capital Drugs in West Hollywood. Been here, pharmacy has been here for 30 years. Our business is different from a lot of the other businesses in West Hollywood. Our business is based upon a lot of federal and state regulations. We are also, I just want to give you a little insight of how our business is. We don't have the luxury of honestly setting prices for medications or services that we could provide. That is all done by insurance companies. And the biggest impact for us is that we cannot change our pricing or anything that would relate to cost increases that we incur, but we still are here to give care and support to the community. Our prices and our insurances determine what we could get reimbursed for our prescriptions and for our services. Through the pandemic, we've been here. We've been vaccinating throughout. We are still doing what we can. We are here to support the community, and I want to be here. I love the community of West Hollywood, and just wanted to give you an insight of how a pharmacy works and the healthcare industry works. Is that we don't have a luxury of our of setting prices for ourselves. If anyone would love to, the council or the mayor would love to sit down, I could definitely give more insight on this. The 2 minutes is not enough, unfortunately, but just wanted to be heard and let you know how our business is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Saul Yamini. Saul, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Saul Yamini. I am the owner of Pink Dot, and Pink Dot's been on Sunset Boulevard since 1987, almost 35 years. And you know, I'll just talk about my business, and because it's a little different than all the other businesses that I've spoken so far. We're a grocery and liquor delivery service. During the pandemic, we got very lucky. Our business actually did better, not worse, and I'm very grateful for that. And it's unfortunate that some of the businesses did suffer, and my heart goes out for them. I feel like in my business, no one gets paid minimum wage. The only employees that do get paid minimum wages are my drivers. Now, my drivers are also making the most money out of anybody at the business. So all this would do for me is make the employees that are making the most amount of money make even more money. So I don't know if that makes sense, but they're the ones that are already making more than everybody else. So that just would be counterproductive for my business. I'm all for paying the employees more and increasing minimum wage, but why don't we just do what Los Angeles is doing, or be on par with Los Angeles and Beverly Hills? I don't understand why we should go to such an extreme. And it also it's a trickle down effect, because I'm diehard West Hollywood. You guys all know that. I love West Hollywood. I'm about to open up a cannabis lounge on Sunset Boulevard, which got approved last night, 10,000 square feet. And I'm all about West Hollywood, but sometimes I drive down Sunset and I see all these vacancies, and I wonder, I'm like, what's going on? And they'll tell me, I just don't want people looking across the street, if they're trying to open up something, or down the street.
All your time.
Thank you.
West
Yeah.
Hollywood. Anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Birnbaum. Mark, if you wish, please unmute yourself. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
I got good at this over this last year, unmuting myself and videos on. Hi, everyone. Mark Birnbaum here from Catch in West Hollywood, obviously. And as a transplant here from New York City 7 years ago, I've taken such great pride in this town and this city, and its progressive nature, and its forward thinking, and the communication, and having Genevieve, and it's been such a wonderful place to do business. And I'm proud that I moved here from New York City to be in this town and do a business and have over 200 plus employees at Catch. I really just want to echo what everybody is saying. I don't think I'm going to tell you anything new, other than the fact that if COVID wasn't the nail in the coffin, this would be. And for the same reason that even Sal just said, and it's the same story. We all, I think what you're hearing in the undertone is, we all agree that people that are not being paid fairly should be. The problem is that this solution is not accomplishing that. And we would just like to sit and explain why. Our highest earners here at Catch also, we're talking, out of the 220 some odd employees, thankfully, that we were able to hire back, I would have to let go many, because this, just on my one business, would be a $1 million tax, essentially, to our bottom line. And as a result, to make up $1 million, I, like West Hollywood, is running a business and says, you know what, in 2019 was a great year, 2020 was a disaster. It's going to be many years until we get back to normal, just like you. We want to stay in business. We want to employ as many people as humanly possible. But in the tip world, everybody's making well and above this number. And this is just a tax on us to then repay or pay additional to the people that are taking home $50,000, $60,000, $75,000 a year already. So I am just paying into their extra $3 an hour. Nobody is making minimum wage in our restaurant. And that was very quick, but hopefully we can all sit down together and take some more time to think about it and come up with a real solution to fix this exact problem, which I agree with. This just isn't it. Sorry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Faneroff. David, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi. Trying to think what I could say possibly different than everybody else already has. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm one of the smaller business owners and restaurant owners that have probably spoken today. And, you know, I mean, I think everybody sort of said the same story. You know, it just, you know, I guess at this point I can only talk about maybe the emotion of it and what I feel. And, you know, I just feel really bad when I'm made to feel like I'm, you know, possibly, you know, living on the backs of low wage workers or, you know, whatever. A lot of people, you know, most of my workers, they make beyond the minimum wage, and they're just counter workers. And they, you know, they get the tips that they make, and the kitchen workers too make far beyond more the minimum wage. But, you know, I have to compete. Half my business is delivery. You know, how do I compete, you know, with restaurants in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills when my minimum wage would go up so much in possibly just 1 year? You know, and when people say, you know, it's no big deal, just it's $2, I don't have anything in my bank account. I owe $180,000. I'm just being really specific in back rent. You know, I'm taking out loans. You know, all this PPP money has just paid my workers' salary and frankly kept me. My business is on welfare, to be exact, and I don't even know how I'm going to get through it. And, you know, I just was starting to feel some, you know, a sense of hope, you know, getting through it. Then I'm hearing about this and, you know, I'm sort of losing hope again. And, you know, I think you might know that some of the, you know, main restaurant relief is still tied up with Congress. And we don't even know if we're going to get that yet. And, you know, that money is crucial for me to even survive. And we have no idea if that's even coming. So all I'm saying is please slow down. Please consider this. Please think about us. Please know that we're not trying to ride off the backs of low wage workers because it's just not true. And if we had money, we would get money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, you may unmute yourself. And if you wish, turn on your camera and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jordan David calling from occupied Tongville lands, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. Seattle was first to set the precedent for the $15 minimum wage nearly 10 years ago. Some businesses argued against it with the same lies that our chamber is shamefully spewing now. We'll have to cut hours. Our prices will raise. We'll go under. But researchers from the University of California, Berkeley, released a study in 2018, which found that those wage hikes, which by the way was an increase of $6, not the $2 crumbs you're proposing, but it did increase the pay for workers, has not led to job losses or a loss in hours. The reality is that we live in the late stages of capitalism, where monopolies rule and small businesses fail, especially during economic downturns. Paying a living wage will not change this. Labor is simply a cost of doing business, and the decision before you today is whether you will make sure businesses pay for labor or if you'll allow them to rob workers of their livelihoods. You all know what the right thing to do is, which is to pass the People's Ordinance, which you've been presented with. Raise wages for all workers to a number that can afford housing as 1/3 of income in West Hollywood. Eliminate the transitional employer loophole. Stop legislating how long someone is allowed to be sick in a pandemic. And now we have to add, don't group sick time with vacation, because being sick with COVID-19 is not taking a vacation. Lastly, I just want to point out that Lauren Meister recently gave the president of the chamber 5 minutes to talk, but during a meeting of all workers speaking, cut them down to 90 seconds. Unlike workers, most of the businesses here tonight, you've had multiple roundtables with all year. Frankly, Lauren, you've done a bad job running these meetings.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Eric Matos. Eric, you may unmute yourself.
Lastly, I just want to point out that
Jordan.
Lauren Meister recently gave the president of the chamber to talk.
Go ahead, Eric.
Wonderful. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eric Matos. I'm a resident here in the city of West Hollywood. I'm here to speak today in support of item 4A, which would create an ordinance that establishes a living wage to be paid to workers here in the city of West Hollywood. Leading up to my review of this proposed ordinance, I heard a lot of buzz about it. It's essentially been implied that to be pro-worker and pro-livable wages, you must be anti-business. I'm here before you tonight to say that is absolutely not the case. The truth is, I love our local businesses here in this city, and I know for a fact that our community members and all of you city leaders on this stage do too. Over the past year, we've seen our community come together to support our businesses through pandemic-caused economic peril. This council has taken bold and swift action to enact award-winning local business relief measures, including the deferment of business taxes and licensing fees, commercial tenant eviction moratorium, expansion of outdoor dining and to-go programs, and many more. But right now, with the consideration of this ordinance, we are acknowledging that our businesses are not the only ones who are recovering from loss. Our workers have suffered tremendous loss as well and are returning to an increasingly demanding workplace as our city opens back up. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the ordinance before us today does consider businesses that may still be struggling. The ordinance considers a phased-in approach and offers a waiver to businesses that are truly struggling and need additional time to adjust to the wage schedule. This approach shows the council's commitment to balance policy that is sensitive to both the needs of workers and businesses. In closing, I would like to thank the council and their staff for the work on this item. I am confident in your collective ability to make the right decision for our beloved city. And it is my honest hope that the outcome of this will not divide us as a city, but rather bring us together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker is Jay Spangler. Jay, you may unmute yourself. There you go. You'll have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. First of all, congrats to the city on the LAEDC Gold. We, wrote a great letter. I hope we had something to do with it. And thanks again to the city for keeping us up and running through the pandemic, because without the help of the city, Jackie, Tara, Paolo, we wouldn't be here to even have this conversation. We opened Pura Vida in 2018, barely had enough money to do it. And in 2019, right when we started finding our footing, we almost lost it. So we owe that to the city to help us stay in business. But I can tell you, because we were a new business, we didn't qualify for most loans. So it's been tough. It's been really hard. So as you know, restaurants, as you've heard, all of our servers make far more than their minimum wage salaries, their minimum wage hourlies. So it's just stuff that you've already heard, but I can tell you that this move by the city will definitely put Pura Vida out of business. So it's not a question. We've done the math. It's just unfortunate. So I hope you make the right decision and choose not to kill us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Spangler. Our next speaker is Adam Darvish. Adam, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Hi, Melissa. I couldn't get on Zoom. I had technical issues. So I'm just calling in.
Seems to be in the air, so go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and Council. I'm calling in support of this item and listened to many comments. I think what was missed in the comments from business owners that this could be a positive of employees feeling that they're invested in. These are minimum wage employees that could be uplifted, and it could be a marketing campaign too for our city and business owners that attract more customers, and volume brings more revenue. I think, again, it could be a positive thing. I myself in healthcare today, we're struggling. We can't even find nurses or healthcare professionals or housekeepers or dietary employees because of the pandemic, and people are just gone to a different type of business to get paid more money for increasing. We have increased our pay scales of 15 to 20%, and we still can't find those. So I think even if we don't do this, it would happen naturally by nature, because of the basic rates are being raised after the pandemic. And you see the airline industry, you see Uber and Lyft, they can't find drivers. So again, to me, this is a no-brainer. I know it's tough for some businesses. I did hear Capital Drug, Roger, and they do a great job at Capital Drugs, and others that they have no control in raising their prices. I know many restaurants could do that and shift that cost to the customers. Most of us are glad to pay that increase to help the employees. So again, thank you for this item, and I think it's about time that we step up to the occasion and show the country that we're better in West Hollywood, and it could be a great marketing campaign for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Alex Manos or Manos. Alex, you can unmute yourself, and if you wish, you may turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take the time just to thank you for hearing the business owners. Hearing everybody before me, I want to reiterate what's being said. Obviously, the guys at Catch, BOA, they've been doing this a lot longer than us. I've been around for about 21 years. We do business in Pasadena, Culver City, the city of LA, and West Hollywood. I'm not going to bore you with the financial impacts that will take place with my company. I don't like vacant storefronts. West Hollywood is a very pro-business city. It is. We've been doing business in West Hollywood for over 20 years from our Mid-Wilshire location, selling pizza. We've been involved in West Hollywood. We pride ourselves on giving back to all the cities we work in and all the communities we work in. The implications of the rising costs at our locations and other locations, hinders a lot of that give back, unfortunately. Up in the back of the house, I can tell you right now that 95% of our employees at all of our locations are making well above minimum wage. Staff shortages are increasing in the back of the house. There's a lot of competition for back of the house staff, which means that a really good line cook, he has options, and he weighs those options and weighs those restaurants right now each other too. So just asking that you pause, hear a lot of stories, possibly gather more data, and just think about this. Just you take a little bit more time on this. But thank you again for the time, and we look forward to continuing doing business in West Hollywood. So thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Our next speaker is Bianca Gallegos. Bianca, you may unmute yourself, and if you wish, turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Or even. Hi, I'm Bianca Gallegos. I work at Pavilions in West Hollywood. I'm a cashier and a courtesy clerk. I'm here in support of the minimum wage raise to $17.64 per hour. I currently make $14.60 per hour. Just 6 months ago, I used to live in the city of West Hollywood. And now let's be realistic. I cannot afford to live in West Hollywood on $14.60. With my little pay, I was just contributing towards rent. Now, recently, I got a girlfriend. As you all know, the U-Haul comes with a second date. So I moved in with her. Now I'm commuting all the way from Chatsworth to West Hollywood to work at Pavilions. The $3 wage raise will help pay for gasoline. To make it a work. As a Latina bisexual woman, I feel safe working in West Hollywood. The same sentiment echoes for trans women, drag queens, gay men, lesbians, people with autism, people with all ethnic backgrounds working at the supermarket. I have never experienced that much diversity in one single place. That's to show how safe and inclusive is this place and community. Currently, the way that democracy is structured is to represent the constituents who live in the city and not represent those who spend large chunks of their life working at the city. Raising the minimum wage will help fill the workforce shortage that Pavilions is experiencing and help improve the city economy. Pavilions made $2 billion in profits in just 8 months. They can afford to pay us that extra money. Thank you, City Council, for being so bold and progressive with your policies. Your policies are caring for your most marginalized members in society. Continue to set an example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Our next speaker is Zakia Wright. Zakia, you may press *6. And there you go. You will have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, City Council. I fully support increasing the minimum wage for all workers in West Hollywood. Our city's economy is built largely on the service industry, much of whom, even with this increase, cannot afford to live in this wonderful city. The ordinance as proposed is a good start, but the city should also be looking to implement a wage increase schedule that increases the minimum wage to a living wage. $17.64 is not a living wage, it's a poverty wage. Many of the business owners that have spoken this evening would not work for $17.64 an hour, but are content paying their workers less than this. I've worked in restaurants and hotels for many years, from dishwashing to bartending, and I know how hard these employees work, and they should be able to live in the city in which they work. A 1-bedroom apartment at market rate in West Hollywood is over $2,000 a month or $24K a year. This means a person's annual income must be at least $72K, presuming rent is a third of a person's income, to live in West Hollywood. A non-tipped full-time employee will make less than $37K under this ordinance. And most restaurants, tipped employees share their tips with kitchen staff, bar back, security, and a host of other employees, so their wages are only slightly higher. These employees cannot wait. They have waited long enough. They were underpaid prior to COVID, unemployed during COVID, yet when the restaurants reopened, they still showed up to work for their employers. Lastly, as a labor and employment attorney, I assure you that an employee's tip cannot be used to meet the minimum wage. See Labor Code Section 351. We are a city that strives and succeeds at being more, bigger, and better than the minimum of other cities. Let's do right by one of our most important assets, our workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakia. Our next speaker is Roxanne. Roxanne, you may press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name's Roxanne. I grew up in West Hollywood on Clark Street above Sunset. And I am for the almost livable wage, not barely livable wage raise. I used to be a former small business owner. I had a store on Melrose. I've always paid my employees well, but what made my storefront vacant for 6 years was the growth. It was the development of bigger businesses. So I'm not sure if raising the living wage would cause more vacant storefronts. And I just want to say I'm just in support of it, and I think it would be a positive thing. It would help generate income. And also unemployment, people are afraid to go back to work, especially if you don't want to give them somewhat of a raise. West Hollywood, the cost of living is 158% higher than the national average. So $17.65. I'm sorry, that's not too much to ask for, especially the service industry. You can't rely on tips. People are tipping less just because people don't have the money. We're talking about velocity. We're talking about improving the economy. Pay your workers, pay them better. It'll help the city of West Hollywood, and it'll be a positive thing. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Franklin. Sherry, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, hi, Sheree Franklin. I'm with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to lend support for delaying this and giving an opportunity for the council to work with the businesses and really assess how it will impact the businesses. I think the city would have to take a look at what resources you would provide for businesses if wages go up and they can't afford them, if you want businesses to stay. I'm a small business, and as someone said, people think that the PPP and all those things that they think we're getting, that's just paying wages. That's what we have to do. That's what the regs say, pay the wages with those dollars. It's not going in our pockets. The other thing is the impact. There are impact studies in Los Angeles. I represent a lot of businesses that were not able to continue when wages went up because there's a downside to it as well. So let's take a look at the studies, let's look at the reports, let's be competitive with other cities so that the businesses continue to thrive and that West Hollywood continues to be the innovative place where restaurants can be imagined, where they can grow and where they can employ people and give them an opportunity to even dream of what they can also do in other ventures and other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherie. I see that Mike Illick had his hand raised. Mike, you can press *6 and turn on your video, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think my video is bad. Sorry to raise my hand. I signed up for the list and it's going long and wanted to see if I had been forgotten about. Hi, I'm Mike Illich. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm the director of operations at Catch in West Hollywood. Been working in West Hollywood for the last 12 years and love it, love the community and love the people that work for us. I think we all agree that no one should work less for less than $17.64 an hour. And I think that we're, so we agree with the spirit of the increase. It's just the result of what that increase is based on what our business model is that needs to be worked out. So I'd really like to, once again, ask for some more time so that we can all really understand and get on the same page. And understand what the actual compensation of the people, specifically I can speak about my restaurant are actually making, and increasing the minimum wage for tipped employees. We need to talk about what their total compensation is. And I think someone even mentioned it who's for this quick increase, to show what the W-2s are and to show what the actual wages are. And I think that it can be said again, even on this call after 3 hours, that I want to be clear that we are paying our people more than that the employees that work here are making more than $17.64, but the increase would cause $1.5 million in lost profit, and we would have to change our business model that way. So if that is something that we decided to do, we should at least take the time to see it all the way through so that everybody understands that there's a difference between the way that businesses work, and total compensation is a real thing. There's 20% of the revenue that we pay for through credit card tips that go right back into as wages. So there's just an understanding that needs to be made. I don't think anyone is against people making a raise. We just want everyone to understand exactly what the effect of this raise does. And
thank you, Mr. Illich. Your time is up. We appreciate your comments. I do not have any other speakers on my list for this item. If you would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Okay, Mayor, seeing none.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hey, this is Steve Martin. I was on the list.
Oh, okay, Steve, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm a little disconcerted. We're being accused of creating the highest minimum wage in the nation. We all know that the $17.64 isn't really even a minimum. It's not really a living wage. And I just think it really says a lot about where we are as a country and as a society. And, I think we've got to start somewhere. And I'm glad that West Hollywood is willing to take the first step in trying to make some meaningful remediations about income inequality. I mean, I just, I understand there's a controversy and perhaps even a legitimate one with tipped employees, but, just because our flagship businesses are paying back of the house wages that meet or exceed this, that's not the reality of most restaurants. It just isn't. It's not the reality of the people who get tips at Kung Bao Bistro are not the same as the people level of tips that are made at Lisa Vanderpump's or Chris Bumbright's. The people who flip burgers over at wherever Astro Burgers, they need this. The people that work in markets need this. And, we're moving in the right direction. Yes. I mean, we heard, I think Chris Bumbright talked about, giving 24 hours of sick time. And I mean, that's only 3 days. LA gives 48 hours, which is only 5 days. And I can tell you, I'm a family law attorney, and I've represented people who are in the restaurant industry and who can't take the day off to take their kid to a dental appointment or can't show up at a parent-teacher conference because they don't have the kind of sick days that really allow the luxury for that. So, I think what we've got here is sort of the business elites wagging as the tail wagging the dog.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Okay. I'm going to ask one more time if there is anyone else who wishes to speak on this item who has not, to please use the raise hand feature. Kayla Smith, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, City Council members. My name is Kayla, and I'm a recent graduate from Pepperdine University. I'm 23 years old. I'm not a business owner, and I'm not a server, although I feel as I can be considered a liaison between the two. I'm a marketing and public relations specialist, as well as an event coordinator at La Boheme. At La Boheme, as well as Global Dining Inc. I work hands-on with the front of house and back of house staff. And with that being said, I do not believe the minimum wage should be increased. Business owners have been through enough this past year, and an increase in pay should come with hard work, fantastic customer service, and determination. Hard work should be continuously rewarded. Why now? Not now. This doesn't benefit the employee nor the employer if we make this decision this quickly. People will not have jobs and businesses will close. Think about it. And if you still feel as though this is necessary, it can be something that will be rediscussed. However, minimum wage does not decrease. It only increases. So please slow down and consider all that are affected by this decision. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor.
Okay, that's it. All right, I'm just going to say a few words first. I want to thank everyone who came out to speak this evening. I'm also going to offer my apologies for blindsiding the local business community. I'm going to be honest, I got so wrapped up in the hotel restaurant versus leased restaurant conversation that I did not put the non-hotel minimum wage conversation into the proper context. And the truth is, as much as I would like parity, what I've realized is there isn't even parity between non-union and union hotel workers because of the supersession clause. If the unionized hotel workers are benefiting from a total compensation package, i.e. wages, healthcare, et cetera, then we should be able to consider total compensation for the restaurants and bars. And frankly, I haven't heard from one bartender or server asking me to please raise the minimum wage, and none showed up at our worker roundtables. At the minimum wage study session, as well as other meetings, we did commit to helping our West Hollywood small business community and our legacy businesses in the pandemic economy. So I'm just going to ask my colleagues to consider a look at total compensation and a phased increase approach to get to that $17.64 minimum wage. Colleagues weighing in? Councilmember Erickson, then John D'Amico.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit on mute. You can go with Councilmember D'Amico.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor.
let me do one thing. Sorry. Had to do a little animal husbandry there. Okay. So Mayor, I want to warn everybody. I've been, thinking about this for years, and I'm trying to be as deliberate as possible, and I have a lot to say. So we've all heard a lot, and there's been a lot of talking, and I'm going to talk a lot. So I just want to start and say thank you in advance. So first of all, thank you to everyone for speaking and bringing your personal and professional experience to this singularly important discussion. First of all, contemporary theory distinguishes between three types of work. There's labor, which is work for survival. There's work, which creates a product, an object, an outcome. And then there's finally action, which is a creative activity, the making of something new out of the freedom to create for creation's sake. Action, it is said, is therefore the highest kind of human activity, an expression of the fundamental freedom of human beings, and labor is that which allows you to survive. West Hollywood believes itself a city of creative action. It's in our DNA. It is by and large a city filled with residents that consider themselves workers who create products or services. Since it has since its inception pretended that labor, which is work for survival, was a rite of passage to becoming a resident worker, or an active creative. To me, it seems that there are three major players in the discussion regarding our commercial business district successes. There's property owners, business owners, and workers, or labor. Maybe four if you include the city, and five if you include the fantasy of capitalism. But first, let's quickly discuss property owners. Commercial property owners continually get a pass in West Hollywood. I have never seen the chamber or the business community raise the concern with property owners in a concerted way that they lower their rents to help our independent business community. The very thought or discussion of it raises eyebrows, and worse. Imagine if the business community were to identify the 100 largest property owners and demand that they reduce their rents by 30%, or firmly support a vacancy tax that would motivate a real discussion of rental costs and occupancy rates. Concerted, organized effort to save independent businesses through reduction in overhead. And though Lauren and I have many times questioned why we continue to let property owners off the hook, charging rents so high that leave storefronts vacant for months, years, decades, we've never been met with an interest from the business community to answer that question. To demand that the commercial real estate in the city lower its prices, accept less money for their product. In a recent meeting of this very council, we approved a $25 million valuation of a billboard on the Sunset Strip, and the owner balked at a requirement that they keep their storefront occupied. Commercial property owners in this city have seen the value of their property increase by 500% or more in the past 20 years. They hold the key to the success of independent local businesses as much as labor might, and yet we're asking hourly wage workers to learn to live on $15 an hour, while $50 million properties, quote, can't find the right tenants. What we need is a vacancy tax to motivate property owners to set rental rates at reasonable levels. Let's discuss local businesses, business owners, good people with a dream that take a leap of faith with their daily life to create something that they themselves are responsible for. Action work, as described above, the highest form. Services, ideas, beauty products, haircuts, workouts, dining experiences, a neighborhood community bar, a rock and roll palace, a cannabis experience. The list is long and it's exciting. And let's be clear that creative action earns its way on the back of labor. Labor is the single largest expense of businesses, sometimes up to 70% of the cost of doing business, which means it's also the single largest contributor to that independent business working at all. Labor is the effort that people contribute to the production of goods and services. Labor is the single largest driver of the act of creation. And our city gave tens of thousands of square feet for any business that asked for it during COVID, but did not ask you to increase wages for workers. Some restaurants doubled and tripled in size, now can serve 200% more people than could before the pandemic. We did not ask you to pay for that space, and we have already said we're interested in making that permanent. Businesses have bottom lines, and I understand that, but at what point are we interested in people paying for their labor, for a life beyond mere survival, for recognizing the work they are doing, for their part in our creative city story? But let's talk about labor. The system of importing cheap labor, I call it wage apartheid as I see it, was invented and championed over 30 years of cityhood by the original version of this city council. That from 1984 on, for more than 25 years, they crafted the myth that WeHo was available to everyone at every level on the economic ladder, and that the city and the market would take care of the laborers, workers, creatives. And West Hollywood spoke that myth over and over again, even as all of the possible realities of the truth of that statement drained away. And worse than that, the original long-serving council fought against those of us who tried to bring up the reality of the 21st century and the tragic lie inherent in that original founding myth. The city's long-serving council members never worked in a cookie shop or a storage facility or a Target or at an art gallery or a sex shop or a restaurant or even a disco for minimum wage. They never had two low-paying jobs that almost equaled one low-paying job. They never had to go to work sick because they didn't get sick pay. They never had to quit a job to take a vacation or simply not get paid. And as rental prices skyrocketed and fewer hourly wage workers were able to afford to live or move here, our founding council insisted that the affordable housing plan was working. Build housing for rich people, some housing for poor people, touting the overall number of units, but that wasn't working either. It never worked for people. It never worked for working people the way it said. It was almost always only about housing seniors. And we love our seniors, but working people continued to be left out. It's clearer than ever why we saw such a tremendous change in the last election. Once we heard from all the voters in a general election, it finally reflected the reality, the economic reality of our city. So let's talk about the city. Part 4. There is a famous WeHo jobs housing balance that I have spoken about and worked on solving for the last 7 years since learning about it in 2013. West Hollywood has a perfect jobs housing balance. According to SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, a city is in balance when it has a balance of jobs and working age residents. For us, that's about 20,000 workers and 20,000 jobs. But fewer than 10% of our jobs pay enough to live in the city. That's only about 2,000 jobs. That's it. That means that 18,000 people commute, majority of whom are minimum or low wage workers, into our city to work every day, and 18,000 of us have to leave to earn enough to live here. That's 36,000 commuters from a city of 35,000 people. Fewer than 10% of the jobs pay enough to live in the city. The other 18,000 jobs do not pay enough to live in our city. Change in the minimum wage is a tremendous step in solving that imbalance. It will improve wages all the way up the ladder, not simply allowing minimum wage workers to consider and possibly live in the city, but to allow entry-level management and others to afford our rents and possibly invest in their own homes. I believe that we are now righting the founding wrong of this city, righting the wrong of the imbalance of low wages, keeping West Hollywood workers in a position where they cannot be our neighbors. And worse, they have to learn to live without a reliable income stream. This has to finally no longer be acceptable. There was a time when the city had rents that were affordable to hourly wage workers. I had those jobs in a cookie factory and in a restaurant, and I lived in a couple of those apartments. I rode a bus and worked in an art gallery. I rode a motorcycle and worked in a restaurant, $456 on Genesee, $425 in a studio with a friend on Orange Grove, $950 on Rosetta Terrace that I shared with Keith, But I can attest that there was never any effort to understand the distance between hourly wage workers and living in West Hollywood as the rents reset to market starting in 1999. In fact, in the early 2000s, the city evicted a very successful homeless program to build a target. We replaced homeless housing with minimum wage jobs. And then the city followed that move and evicted rent-controlled tenants from city-owned residential property using the Ellis Act. Our city used the Ellis Act to evict low-income tenants from city properties. That is a dark and low moment for our city, for which we have never officially apologized. I'm committed to this city breaking the logjam of poor and working people seemingly always being deliberately cut out of our dream. With this ordinance, we are finally ridding ourselves of the legacy of wage apartheid and on track to becoming a modern, sustainable city firmly planted in the 21st century, with our eye for the moment on what matters, labor, and the wages for the workers who do that labor. Finally, capitalism. Capitalism without restraint prioritizes and incentivizes harm. It always will be the case that maximizing profits through whatever means necessary will be the driving force of capitalism, regardless of the harm. It is up to the human condition to modify the impulses of capitalism. Capitalism is the famous body without organs. It doesn't have a heart, it doesn't have a mind, it doesn't have a soul, it doesn't have blood, it doesn't have a stomach. All it has is desire. It is up to us to make sure that West Hollywood does not become a body without organs. I believe this ordinance can help us to reset who we are as a city, to turn the page and open a new chapter in West Hollywood's future history, its 21st century future as a fair and equitable place, a city with a heart and a brain. This moment, this decision to become the city with the highest minimum wage in the country is consistent with who we are. It does place a marker. It cleans our blood. It fills our lungs. We do this. We invent. We push. We rebel. And we insist. We put our skin in the game, and we have the stomach for it. It's us using our small shoe, our 1.9 square mile shoe that leaves an enormous footprint. We know we can change the world. And they've already said it. It doesn't work. It won't happen. It's too fast. It will shake the foundations of civilization. And then it does happen, and it's not too fast, and civilization becomes more civilized, if only for a moment, if only in our backyard. But I have a sense that we are on the precipice of starting something much bigger. So I want to thank you for all the time you've given me, and I'm confident that we can get to a decision tonight that provides a livable minimum wage across the board. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this now and voting on this tonight. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for the history that you keep providing for us, the inspiration, and thank you for leading us here tonight. I just want to really put things into a little bit of a different perspective. So I am an attorney, but I have worked as a bank teller, a hostess, a server, and other blue collar jobs as well. This idea that the servers that are working in the front of the house are already getting 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000, and that's enough is ludicrous. Who are we to say that the people that are really essential, that are facing the front of the house, the reason they get tips is because being a server is very difficult. We've heard here tonight that people are tipping less. I have heard from the community, and by the way, I've met with business owners. I just want to say that several business owners, I've talked to them. I've also talked to workers. Being a server is a tough, tough job. And with the pandemic, they also had to deal with potentially getting COVID, wearing masks, wearing those shields, and still being there. We hear that 10% of restaurants closed. I'd like to know, and you know, let's think of how many people have barely been able to keep their homes. How many people were waiting for so long to get money from the state to pay their back rent? How many people perhaps were not able to pay back rent? 1764 is not even an LA County living wage, which according to this calculator was 1935 for one person. One person, not a single mom with a child, not a couple, not like that female couple that, you know, they did the U-Haul and moved in and go live in Chatsworth, and now they have to pay, by the way, gas is how much, $5 now, to come here to feel safe. Because we really are a sanctuary city for so many and our LGBTQ community. It is still not safe to work outside of West Hollywood in some surrounding cities, still to this day in LA County. Inflation, we've heard about tonight. Inflation has caused wages to actually be worth less as well, because those people earning wages are paying more for things at the grocery store, are paying more at restaurants, are paying more for their car payments, are paying more for gas. I've heard stories from renters that are in tough situations and they need to move, or they lose their housing and they're trying to get into housing, that landlords are now charging double, triple security deposit. They're requiring a perfect credit score. They're requiring months and months of rent up front. And we may have, obviously, some protections in our beautiful, incredible city, but these protections don't exist everywhere. And we've heard a lot of our workers, because of the high cost of living here, are not able to live here. And so those are things to consider when we talk about our unhoused population, keeping them in place and creating affordable housing, 100% affordable housing, our inclusionary housing, getting people into homes. We need to look at creative ways to stopping people from becoming unhoused, and not just here in West Hollywood, but regionally, because we are a city where others come here. So as far as the businesses, I just want to point out that while the ordinary person, the worker that we're going to change their life tonight, the workers, they're not able to deduct the cost of their groceries, but businesses can deduct the cost of goods that they buy. They cannot deduct the cost of their car insurance, but businesses can deduct the cost as a business expense of their workers' compensation, of their liquor liability insurance, of their wages, of their payroll wages. These are all deductible expenses by businesses, but most ordinary workers cannot take those deductions. Others talked about Santa Monica, and Councilmember D'Amico, thank you for bringing up landlords and the responsibility they need to have in this city that they have not been encouraged to have by the business community, nor council yet. Santa Monica, I heard from business owners, is just this awful place to go to. Oh no, we heard it tonight. We don't want to be there. It's awful there. Oh my gosh, you see what happened, blah, 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 blah. Santa Monica just had an article where there were 4 new small businesses that opened up. In Santa Monica, I reached out to a council member on the Santa Monica City Council, and she told me that, you know what, we're paying workers more, And landlords have now cut their prices to get businesses to move in, and there are small businesses, there are cool businesses opening up. For me, quite frankly, I'm not willing to negotiate crumbs. I'm not willing to negotiate starving wages. And that's where I am. And I'm really eager to hear from Councilmember Horvath and Councilmember Erickson. That's where I am right now.
Okay, who's next? Councilmember Erickson, are you prepared? Not yet?
I see the Councilmember Horvath shaking her head. Does she want to go before me? I'm sorry. Are you okay? Go ahead. Thank you. I'm sorry. Actually, I had to take myself off video for a second because I just wanted to let everyone know I was actually moved to tears by what one of my colleagues said. And I don't know. I didn't prepare remarks for many reasons because it's hard to calm my head sometimes. But I didn't prepare remarks because I wanted the spirit to move me in some way. And I think it was moved by what one of my colleagues just said. And that's those little graces that I look forward to, that I'm always surprised and grateful for when we have these great discussions as a city. You know, someone said, you know, we had a lot of business owners and people come in and speak tonight. I want to thank each and every one of them. I have spoken with quite a few, and I want to thank them all for taking time out of their busy days to call me as well, to call us and speak to us about their concerns. This isn't, and I agree with what everyone has said, this isn't a us versus them. This is about us as a city. How do we do this together? How does the city get us to a solution that ultimately is the best for individuals that we're trying to help? And I just am constantly reminded of what I made when I was an intern at the city of West Hollywood. I made a livable wage. It was, I believe, $17 back then, whenever it was, way too many years ago. So that's our own city, which I now represent, paying me that as an intern, a paid internship during a recession. So I was very grateful for that because I came from Wisconsin, where let me tell you, when I was home just a couple of weeks ago and I talked to workers and bartenders and tipped employees about this, they literally said my life would completely change. But then I always had to follow up with the comment, but you still couldn't live in the city of West Hollywood based on that amount. I went out to eat the other day, and I go out to eat every Friday at a local business. And I think many of you know that. I love doing that. I actually go amongst and I go for walks to talk to our businesses, to talk to the front of the house, the people. And I asked a couple of workers if, you know, told them what was going on, you know, and they said, I could maybe quit one of my 3 jobs that I have if I was able to do that. I asked one person if they could come in and speak, and they couldn't because they're working right now, because they're working their second job where they're trying to make a wage for living in Pomona and driving in. I don't know how far the individual from Pavilion was working, but that's exactly what we're trying to do. And at the end of the day, from what I've heard from the public comment, a lot of our businesses are already paying this amount. So that's good. I want to thank Zakia Wright for quoting and highlighting Labor Code Section 351. It's very clear about why the tipped employee, the tipped exemption, or the total income narrative that we've heard so much about tonight is not possible. It is actually illegal. I won't talk about superstition regarding labor agreements because that too is illegal for us to touch as a city. But ultimately what I want to focus my comments around is how can we help right what Councilmember D'Amico said, an inherent wrong? How can we get to a place where people are given just a little bit more to ensure that they could maybe pay their rent? I know what I make an hour, and I have a director level job at a very good nonprofit, right? And I'm thankful for that. And But ultimately, though, I know what's in my bank account at the end of the day. And let me tell you, I struggle. I'm like a lot of other people, many of whom we all know, who struggle to pay rent. If I did not have a rent stabilized apartment, I would probably not know where I would be making up the extra income to ensure that I could pay for my car payment, my car insurance, my student loans, and maybe not work 7 days a week, constantly grinding, the grunt of capitalism, the definition that Councilmember D'Amico really laid forward for us. When I also talk to many residents and neighbors about this and workers, they're working 2 to 3 days a week off of this. So $200, $300, $400 that night. If they are able to even make that every single night, that's $1,200. That doesn't even cover the rent of my rent subsidized apartment, but who knows what else that would cover for them on their other expenses. This is about ultimately how we can help people earn a little bit more. And ultimately how we can make sure that this city does set a national standard for what we think about when it comes down to labor. I know people who have left the city to go work outside of West Hollywood. I know people that are trying to find jobs, but they won't come to West Hollywood. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this is within our power to do this. And I think that we're all dedicated on that, and we're all deeply dedicated. We've spent the last 10 months talking about this, actually, to quote Danielle Wilson. And I actually, and I'll probably get demonized for this later, but I'm going to say it. The reason why we have workers from hotels and we have workers from other places here is because there's a labor organizer there trying to make sure that at least 2 voices are heard from us, that we know what's going on. We all know who those 2 individuals are. They've come to every meeting because they care about the city and they worked in the city. But if it weren't for people like Danielle or other individuals who take it upon their times, the Jordan Davids, the Daniels, the Erics, I mean, even everyone on the other side of this conversation that we're having, they have the time and money to organize this, but we're asking people who are making nothing to give us hours and hours of their day to come and say, I need $2 more to barely even get by, to pay for my gas. So I'm going to say thank you to Danielle Wilson. I'm going to say thank you to those workers that are here, because they probably worked all day, just like everyone else has. And just like you all here are sitting there, but you also have to understand what this comes from when we're impacting women of color, people of color, LGBTQ individuals, and so many others. This is something that I'm deeply passionate about. I'm glad to see my colleagues fighting for this on every front and every conversation. And I'm here tonight to make a decision, and I look forward to the conversation that will come about from Mayor Meister and Councilmember Horvath. And that's all I have to say right now. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everybody who came out to speak tonight, everybody who's been calling and writing and spending time with us to understand the ways you see it. And as somebody said earlier, 2 minutes for public comment doesn't give us the opportunity to fully understand each and every person's life experience, but it allows us to establish a record on what issues matter to people and what they want us to be paying attention to, what you all want us to be paying attention to. So I thank you for the time that you've spent. And the way in which we had the conversation tonight, I think helped illuminate how people are experiencing the conversation that we're having as a community. It's no secret that coming into tonight, I was a past member of the Raise the Wage Coalition. And back in 2014, wages increased in neighboring cities. That opportunity came to West Hollywood in 2016. And in partnership with Councilmember Heilman, we tried to have a conversation about doing exactly what some people have said tonight, to make sure that West Hollywood raised the wage and stayed on par with our neighboring cities. So West Hollywood was not considered less than, was not offering less than to our workers. And in fact, was doing what we saw as a trend throughout this region, recognizing that people have a challenge addressing the cost of living here and what goes into it. And at the time, we were told that we were operating with no iota of information about the businesses in this city. And I made sure I had that right because that's stuck with me for, for a number of years now. But I still believe now, as I did then, that doing the right thing should mean that West Hollywood isn't less than. And so, as I mentioned at the beginning of our discussion tonight, I believe what the mayor indicated was that we were all coming into this conversation in agreement that the starting step is that the minimum wage would be increased starting January 1st, 2022, for both small and large businesses to $15 an hour, and for hotel workers to $17.64 an hour. And I believe we all remain on the same page from what I've heard here tonight. When I hear the stories of working people, many of whom are also providing for family members, I think about during this period of time what they've missed out on by those wages not being raised, and without West Hollywood staying on par with our neighboring cities. And when I think about some of what information was shared here tonight, even for somebody who makes $40 an hour with tips, that experience, they will still experience about a 63% wage loss by calling in sick, even with paid leave, because they're not going to be paid that tip income while they are homesick. They will only be paid their hourly wage. So they are incentivized to come to work sick so they don't miss out on those tips. And I fully appreciate, as somebody who has to manage my own business, that there are costs associated with having to hire people who are sick. When we have deadlines and designers are out sick on paid leave, we have to find designers who help us cover our deadlines too. So I fully appreciate that that's a cost that's very difficult. And I don't mean to in any way suggest that it's easy or to make light of that. But when I think about it from the perspective of the person who's working tirelessly in your business, my hope is that you value them enough that you want to make that sacrifice so they can continue to be a part of your team. I was recently, as I mentioned, with family in Macedonia, Ohio, and I hope nobody knows really where that is. But I noticed that on the local fast food chain, they had a banner outside that they were advertising $16 an hour starting wage in a place that has a much different cost of living than we do here, especially when you think about rent and gas and any number of other things. So when I think about all that's been discussed here tonight, I want to very clearly state what I understand about state law, confirmed here by our city attorney tonight, is that tip credit in any form, including when you call it a service charge, is illegal. And any method that includes tips or that additional financial compensation violates state law. Now, what I don't understand is we've known this since we had the conversation the last time in 2016, and I haven't been aware of any concerted effort that's happened with our state legislators to change that state law if it's actually killing businesses in West Hollywood. That is a state law that exists here in California. It is not something that West Hollywood City Council can change. I haven't seen a concerted effort by the chamber or the pandemic recovery or SOS WeHo or whatever else they're called. I wonder whether it was even discussed with Assemblymember Bloom at the meeting that was had recently with him when he met with our chamber. But if that's really an issue, that's where that conversation needs to happen. The conversation that we can have tonight is about whether and how we want to raise the minimum wage. I want to talk about one of my favorite places in the city, and that's Craig's, and I want to thank Craig for being here tonight. In addition to wages and tips, which is the financial part of the compensation that, as people traditionally understand financial compensation, they provide for full paid sick days, 10 additional, including on top of their original sick days, 10 for COVID, weeks of paid vacation, unlimited unpaid vacation, a healthcare allocation monthly, They offer a 401k with a percentage match for servers. They offer metro passes for people to have transportation to come to work. And tonight he said he was still willing to match our neighboring cities and raise the wage because it's the right thing to do. So when I hear other businesses say that it's not possible, not only do I know it is possible, but it's already happening. And that doesn't mean that everybody is Craig's or that all restaurants should be treated the same. I don't think that Subway and Craig's are the same. But I do think that we need to be realistic about what it is that is possible when we're willing to stretch and do the right thing and treat people as the invaluable assets to the business community that we enjoy in West Hollywood. I want to make sure that this increase is focused on the workers who need it most. And I know that that was mentioned several times, and I appreciate that tonight. I'm open to hearing the options that people have, which is why I've been having these conversations. And I appreciate everyone who has spent the time to help me understand intimately your businesses. While I run a business, that doesn't mean I understand how every business is run. It also doesn't mean that we run the city like a business. I know that people mentioned how we run the city, and we didn't lay off any of our employees. We have a totally different way of how we make money for the city to provide the services that we do. I think that's an uninformed comparison. But if the city estimates that we get to stability, and I want to very clearly state it's stability or something close to it, we're not going back to normal. Normal didn't work before, and there's no going backwards. I'm happy to consider proposed changes on a timeline that was different than the July timeline that was originally proposed. But that is only after we raise the minimum wage here tonight to be on par with our neighbors, so we are no longer less than. And I'm happy to talk about how we work on other issues, like extending our guarantees for our out zones, offering transportation passes, working in partnership with our business leaders on a citywide bulk purchasing of non-plastics to reduce costs and incentivize the supply chain. But I want to have a conversation about how we're doing this and not whether, because people deserve this raise. They deserve this wage increase. And when we think about how it is we are functioning as a city, we need to support those people who have helped our businesses be successful and thrive, and do so in a way that allows our businesses to continue to operate and be the places that we love and our places of community in our city. I don't think that it's the intention of anyone on the city council to chase businesses out of the city. In fact, if we start out on par with our neighbors, where would you go? Unless you aren't in business anymore. So I think what we really want to do is start by not being less than, and really envision where it is we want to go and how we want to get there.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also, something we haven't talked about, and I want the businesses to know, some of them were talking about, if this happens, we're just going to have to close down. Regardless of what we decide tonight, this conversation started in February at a business roundtable. It was over a 2-hour meeting that we've been discussing this minimum wage, and it has continued to another council meeting, and then a study session, another council meeting, and then to here tonight. There is another, what we voted on was 1764 by July of 2022. That's another little over 7 months, almost 8 months out. So that's 8 more months to get there. There's also a 1-year waiver built into the ordinance for businesses that businesses that think they're going to go bankrupt or close their doors or cut their workforce by a certain percentage. I believe it's 20%. And they can apply for a waiver with the city manager that will give them a 1-year extension. So for those businesses that are in that dire state because of the pandemic, they do have that option. So that's important to note, because that's regardless of what we end up doing, there's that 1 year waiver provision built into this ordinance that will provide that cushion and relief for those businesses that need it.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I had several conversations with our city manager and one, I guess, with our city attorney about possible timelines for implementation, not unlike what Mayor Pro Tem Shine was talking about and Councilmember Horvath, that, you know, it's not a matter of what we're doing, it's a matter of when we're doing it. And I wondered maybe if it's possible, if the city manager has something that, you know, you could share, we could look at, that would talk about a timeline for implementation, because I'm concerned that we're getting to a place where we're going to talk about details, and for 5 of us to keep 5 details in our head, you know, I'm just not sure. And I mean, I think I agree with what Councilmember Horvath said, that we need to level up with the city next door on January 1st, and, you know, provide the worker wages for hotels that we all discussed. And then whether it happens on July 1st or January 1st of the next year, or some kind of increments. But I think if you have a table and we could fill in numbers, then we would all be seeing the same thing. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that that's how we might do that. Or we could just keep talking about it and someone can make a motion.
I mean, that's what I had brought up in the beginning, that I believe if we did a phased increase approach, it would be what we sort of promised the businesses a few meetings ago, or I should say at the study session, in terms of starting out with the $15. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Horvath and now you, that there should be some kind of phased approach. Then I'm open to hearing what our city manager has to say.
So based on some of the discussions during the week, we have looked at some phased approaches. I think there's been a number of different ways that it can be phased in. So I can certainly provide a graphic of what Councilmember D'Amico and I spoke about. I'm not sure if that's something that everyone's interested in at this time, but I'm happy to do that.
Yes, please.
I can.
Can I bring up something while David is working on that? If that's okay. Something that Councilmember D'Amico brought up, and it's something actually that I have been talking about for quite a while, is us bringing forward a vacancy tax to be put on the ballot. And I wonder if with this, we can also have a direction to staff to bring back an item for us to approve or not, a vacancy tax, commercial vacancy tax discussion. And I would like that to be part of this discussion, because that's something that we can do with regard to these high rents and these vacant storefronts. And now David is.
I think, yes, you can
absolutely provide direction for staff to come back and bring information on that. I believe a vacancy tax would have to be approved by the voters. So I think the conversation would be whether to put something on a future ballot for a
And-
vacancy tax. But yes, you can direct staff to come back with information on that topic.
Okay, thank you.
So are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
So just in providing somewhere to start. So this looks at an option on phasing in. So just starting with the hotel minimum wage, looking at the 1764, which was the motion from the last council meeting on January 1st of 2022, and then increasing that by CPI. We looked at what the CPI is right now. So based on right now, the estimated CPI for the year would be 3.8%. And so on July 1, using that as a CPI, and again, it may be something different at that time, but just to have somewhere to start, that the hotel minimum wage would go up to $18.31 on July 1st of 2021. And then looking at the average over the last 5 years, it's around 2.5%. So using 2.5% on July 1st of 2023 and July 1st of 2024 would get us to $19.24 by July 1st of 2024. And again, those are just estimates. So that's looking at the hotel. Looking at the large businesses, so right now they're at $14. As Councilmember Horvath said, we're looking at going to $15 on January 1st of 2022, which would match LA and Santa Monica. If we use the same CPI, the 3.8 on July 1st of 2022, that would go up to $15.57. And then this would show matching the larger businesses with the hotels. So putting them on the established minimum wage on January 1st of 2023. So they would go to $18.31. And then it would just follow the hotel minimum wage. That's for the larger businesses. And then the small businesses right now are at $13. This would also put them at $15 on January 1st of 2022. So they're the same as the large businesses. They'd have the same 3.8% increase on July 1st of 2022. And then on July 1st of 2023, the 2.5% increase. And then on July 1st of 2024, matching them with the large businesses and the hotels. So by July 1st of 2024, having all businesses at the established minimum wage, which is based on the 1764 plus CPI. So that just provides a possible phasing in. Again, you all can talk about various options or other ways that can work. If you do come up with other ways, then maybe we can take a break and show what that may look like. But this is at least somewhere to start.
David, how does the city currently define large business and small business?
So right now we're following the state minimum wage, and that's defined as 25 and fewer for small businesses and 26 and more for large businesses. We didn't provide any different definition in the ordinance that's proposed right now.
In most studies that I've seen and market research studies that I've done, small businesses are typically 50 employees or less. Medium-sized businesses are 50 to 100, and 100 plus is how we typically define large business. I don't know about the economic studies that we've looked at, but I'm just throwing that out there. Councilmember D'Amico.
In my years long thinking about this, have often thought of sort of corporate business and independent business. And I'm aware that some of the magic of our independent businesses is that they do have some heft, but they're they're not a corporate business. It's not Starbucks, in which it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation, that has 12 employees in the city. But there are some businesses that have 50, 60, 100 employees, but there's only one of them, and that, and it's the only one we have, and it's the only one in the world. And so I would think, and so first of all, I'm not comfortable with the bottom line, not the bottom line, but the line at the bottom. I think we need to move that along a little faster before July 2023 to perhaps $17. But I would think that those might be independent businesses as a definition, or 150 employees or 125 employees or fewer. Because I do think starting a business here and then, getting it to happen and making it happen and keeping it moving is a lot different than a Pollo Loco renting a storefront and dropping a broiler in there and, 5 minimum wage employees. So that's how I've been thinking about it. I'm interested in my colleagues thinking about the timeline, but I would just say that we've done a lot of things since December 10th to now October, but time passes and it will be 2024 before we know it, just like it was 2016 and now it's 2021. So I'm, as Councilmember Horvath said, it's not a matter of what, it's a matter of when. I'm not uncomfortable with something that pushes it out this far, but that doesn't have to be what we all agree to.
So can you be clearer for me? Maybe everybody else gets it, but could you be clearer for me what you mean when you talk about businesses that have something outside of West Hollywood? Right now, it sounds like we have large and small business defined around a 25 employee within the business in West Hollywood. How are you envisioning what it is you're talking about businesses that might have employees beyond West Hollywood and factoring that in?
Yeah, I just think, like, if there's a business and it has more than 125 employees anywhere in the US, if it's a big business and it's, multi-stated or whatever, but if it's really just a business that hires, 80, 75 people and it does one thing here in West Hollywood, that's how I see the difference between large business and small business, is that it's really between independent business and corporate business. And as I said, I'm not convinced that the timeline for that, what might be 125 employees and fewer, is correct. But if we begin to look at it that way, that's how I'm thinking about it.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Stein. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I didn't unmute myself. I have a couple of questions for our city attorney, please. Lauren, can you let us know how the other cities, Santa Monica, our surrounding cities, define small or large as far as numbers? Is it similar to what was proposed at our last council meeting with small and large businesses and how we define them?
I'm actually going to ask if Janet or John or Paolo, they might have that information readily available.
It should be, yeah, and it should be in the ordinance that was in the staff report, because the motion that John Erickson made was to incorporate City of LA and City of Santa Monica. So I believe it was written in that staff report.
Thank you,
just
Mayor Pro
don't have it
Tem.
in front of me. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your question. So yes, City of Santa Monica and LA, when they adopted their respective minimum wage, they used the same definition for small and large. 26 and more employees is considered a large business, 25 or fewer is a small business. However, they're at the point now that all their businesses are at the same wage of 15, because when they adopted their wage ordinance, it was $15 by 2020. So last year was the last year of the difference between the small and large businesses. So they're all at 15, regardless of employee size.
Right, and we'd get there eventually under a phased-in approach. But for now, my second question then is, I remember reading something about how the number of employees are counted when there's a business that is like a chain, if they have multiple locations. Can you talk about that?
Yes, let me bring that up 1 second. Bear with me.
Also, we may need to define what a chain is. Is it 3 stores, 5 stores?
And while she's looking for that, I will mention that I think Seattle was one of the samples that one of the public commenters provided us. And I think they defined it as, they're a lot larger city with bigger businesses. So they were using 500. So we can use the 125, 150 or 50. But they just left it as the number of employees in any business or anywhere, regardless of where they are in the United States. So if it was a chain and they had employees across the United States, those would count against the number here in West Hollywood.
So it was 500 employees total in there. Right?
Yeah. David, you actually just answered my question that I was asking, and if that's what we have in ours, because I think that would solve Councilmember D'Amico's concern. I'm comfortable keeping the 25 below, 26 above, as the other cities are doing the same to define small business, large business. But as long as there is a something in the ordinance that says, for example, Starbucks may have, or forget about Starbucks, let's talk about Shell gas station, because I know we have a few Starbucks here, so that might not count. Shell gas station, I believe we have one. They may have just 4 or 5, less than 25 employees. I would like to know, would they be considered a small business the way it's written out, or is there a way we can make it so that a business like Shell that is located throughout other cities too, their employee numbers would have to kind of essentially accumulate. And that's how we would define 25 below or 26 above. And I also want to say that as far as phasing in for the businesses, I think the large business number of July 1st, 2022 is too low. I think we voted to do 1764 and we do that. I'm willing to talk about our small businesses, our truly small businesses, to give them a little bit of phase in. And I suggest we do $16 plus CPI by July 1st, 2022. Again, keeping in mind those businesses that just cannot do that, they have a 1-year waiver time that they can go into. And then by July 1st, 2023, all the businesses would be equal. And then move forward from there.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. This has been very helpful to help kind of start gauging it. So I want to thank Councilmember D'Amico and the city manager Wilson for starting to put this together, because this has helped for us all to see it. The wonders of Zoom. We would have had to have this on a big screen somewhere in the chamber if we were all there. I too am comfortable with how we're defining large and small. I think it can continue stability. I think we should continue on with that. I agree with I just was trying to jot it down, the schedule there a little bit more for where we would get and a little bit quicker. I'm supportive of what Mayor Pro Tem Shine just said, and then that's where I'm at right now. And I don't know if we can edit this table or maybe put in option 2. I don't know what it would look like. But if you could add what maybe Mayor Pro, because this is a working document, right, or whatever we're calling it, but maybe put in what Mayor Pro Tem Shine said, or I'm happy to create a table myself on my pad of paper. But I am supportive of what she just laid out for our schedule.
So I'm supportive of that too, by making the large businesses be falling off of my chair is falling off of its wooden platform. 16, I believe you said 16 plus CPI, or 1650 plus CPI.
I said that large businesses would be 1764, which is what your proposal was, by July 1st, 2022. And the small businesses would be 1664 plus CPI by July 1st, 2022. So there would be $1 difference. And then by a year later, David can figure out the chart so that all the businesses are equal. So by July 1st, 2023, all the businesses would be the same.
That would be 1877, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, can you repeat the July 1st, 2022 numbers again?
Large businesses, 1764 plus CPI, so it would be 1831. And then the small businesses, 1664 plus CPI. So it'd be $1 less, whatever that ends up being. And then by July 1st, 2023, all the businesses would end up being the same.
Councilmember Horvath, you're unmuted. Did you want to say something?
So I think we're going to have something that puts that in a visual, because now at 11:15, I think I need to see it in writing to really understand what it is we're talking about. I do think based on what we heard tonight and from our businesses, I'm prepared to move to the numbers that are being discussed, but I think we should do that on a January 1st timeline, so we see what happens next year. I think that gives us time to phase that in and see what actually is happening next year to get us out of COVID and hopefully, and move us into a steadier incline of recovery. And then, I just think about, as a business, I think about the business plans we put together and how we plan for the year, and not changing every month or every couple of months, I think would be helpful for our businesses. So to give them a year to get to those numbers, and then the CPI after that, I think gives them a little bit more time, and still gets us to the goal that that we're talking about tonight, if there's interest in that.
Yeah, Councilmember Horvath, would you say then that we go to 15, as we've already said, for the January 1st minimum wage for the non-hotels, right?
Yeah.
And then have staff bring back at a January or February meeting a discussion where we talk about the timeline when it's not 11:15 at night and we're not seeing it. I would also like to see staff look at some different definitions of small versus large business.
I would like us to vote on this tonight. I think we can do this. I
Me
think
too.
we can put a number in a box for January 1st, 2023, that is somewhere between $15 and $17.64. And I don't know what that is. And it's not that I don't know what that is and I'm going to make it up. It's that I want to see what the jump is between $15 and $18.77 and suggest that we do that in the middle. And then by January 1st, 2023, everyone would be getting paid the same. And then that is a year and, help me, a year and something, 2 months away plus, yeah. And then we begin the next time. So,
Well, do we need to see David's screen again?
yes, I think that's right. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I can see, having, participate in a year and a half of Zooms. That's the face of somebody working on an Excel spreadsheet in real time. So
I'm gonna put it in Excel this time. And so we can change it as we go. So I think the one above, I don't think we need this one. So I think this is what Councilmember Shine was asking for. So we want to look at this first and see if that's correct. Going to 1831 for large businesses, matching the hotels on July 1, 2022, and then going, being $1 less or just going CPI on July 1 for small businesses, and then everyone goes to 1877 on July 1, 2023.
Now, I thought I heard Councilmember Horvath talk about doing something once a year because people have to plan for their.
Yeah, so that would be down here. So I just wanted to make sure I got the first one correct. And then this one we're gonna make changes to, because I'm not sure I got it all because I was typing as you were talking.
David, can you zoom in? Sorry.
Yes.
No,
The reason,
sorry. I think we were just trying to, oh, sorry, it's getting smaller, not bigger. Almost there. There, I think that's close.
Perfect.
So I don't think I wanted to go to $17 for January 1st. I think we just wanted to have what the adjustment would be proposed for July 1, 22 in the first model to be Jan 1 of 23. Just to give them more time.
Okay, so here, having the large businesses match the
So instead of having anything, so looking at the top graph, instead of having anything for the large and small businesses in July 1, that would the 1831 and 1657 would to Jan 1, 23.
Okay.
And then everything would stay from there.
I have a question about that because the reason why I believe there was an issue about CPI happening mid-year. David Wilson, if you can address that, because you were, I believe it was you that was explaining that, or maybe it was John Leonard, the CPIs happen mid-year. So under this timeline, Councilmember Horvath, the CPIs would be 6 months later rather than literally we don't find out the CPIs till mid-year.
Okay.
Which is, yeah.
So we could do CPI increase on the $15 for July 1. And then get to 1831 and 1657 at Jan 1.
And if
so
I may,
like 1557 or whatever it was on July 1st for other businesses.
if I may, council member, the reason we were looking at July 1st is because the city of LA and the city of Santa Monica adjust their minimum wages on July 1st based on the CPI of the previous year. So in order to create consistency, the previous staff report was recommending that the CPI adjustments happen July 1st, the same as those cities.
Sure, and CPI can stay on July 1st, and that keeps us on par with cities of Los Angeles and Santa Monica. But what they aren't contemplating is what we are, and that's the additional increase that we're proposing that would take place Jan 1. So we would be on par with Los Angeles and Santa Monica July 1 if we did CPI on $15. Where we would change and become the West, sounds like only West Hollywood minimum wage would be Jan 1, 23.
Okay, so on July 1 of 22, we're going to do CPI, right? For both. And then on January 1 of 23.
When the increase that we're proposing would be there. And then we stabilize by the next time we want to do CPI.
So can we do an incremental increase on January 1? Say it goes up by $1 or $1.50. It's easier to put that into writing in the code.
So it could land at, say, 1750. Is that what you're suggesting? And then on January 1st, 2023, and then, or 1825, and then on July 1st, it would match whatever the rest is.
Correct. It's very easy. So on July 1st, 2023, it's very easy to write that it matches everything else. So for that interim period on January 1st, 23, it would either be, we could set a flat amount. It could be 1750, or we could say it increases by $2 or $1 from the July 1st, 2022 amount. It's just, for us, it's easier if we put it at a set amount on January 1st or increase it by a set dollar amount than having another CPI or incremental increase there. But knowing that by July 1, 2023, it's very easy to get to what that total amount is.
So you're proposing splitting the difference between 1557 and 1877, whatever that is in the middle.
That's what I was going to suggest on the large
Yeah,
business.
like $17.
I have another proposal. I don't want to make it more complicated, but I'm not comfortable having our large businesses and small businesses. The small businesses are going to go up $2 to 15. The large ones is just $1. I'd be more comfortable if we agree to raise the large businesses on January 1st to 16, keep the small businesses at the 15, and then work up from there. So there is at least a little bit of a difference between the large and the small. I'd like to see what that looks like. So that then July 1st, it would be 16 plus CPI. Small businesses would be 15 plus CPI. And then the rest of the, have it go from there. Again, I'll reiterate, we're talking about starving wages.
So,
And the businesses can get a 1-year waiver.
okay, so the only reason to have CPI on July 1 is to match Santa Monica. So if we're not going to match them, we could just do a flat amount. So do we want to do 16 and 15 or 1650 and 15?
My suggestion is that on January 1st, we have the large businesses go to 16, we have the small businesses go to 15.
Oh, here.
And then add the CPI July 1st.
Got you.
Thank God we have a finance director as our city manager.
And then by July 1st, 2023, all of them could be equal. So however that gets us. And John Leonard, what do we need to do for January 1st to?
I guess that's a choice of, do we want an incremental increase on January 1st, or do we want to just leave it at the 2 July amounts? I mean, we could leave it at 1661 and 1557, and then a year from that, everybody's equal at the 1877. Do we want another incremental increase? I mean, that may make it more complicated than you're changing wages every 6 months.
I think the intent of Councilmember Horvath was that to not change it too much incrementally. So as long as we're at that,
I would suggest that we make, if we're going to do what Mayor Pro Tem Shine is suggesting, which I'm in agreement with, for large businesses, we might make it 1650, 1750, 1877. It's, you know, and then for small businesses, 15, 16, 17, 1877.
That's just as easy to put into the code.
And I think it tells a story. It's meaningful or purposeful. July 1st, 2024 will be here. I promise everyone.
All right, but I still would like to be more clear on how we're defining large business and small business when we're thinking about chain stores versus our independent, creative, local.
Yeah,
unique
I would
businesses.
agree, Mayor. I do think that there is a category of business that is larger than 25, but operates at a very small margin. And, you know, it's an independent business in our city. You know, I can think of several businesses, the kind of business actually that Steve Martin brought up, that are, you know, a Chinese food restaurant in which there's 28 employees, or Brett Letteri's restaurant on, you know, the Den, which has 32 employees, I think he told me. And so he sort of falls out of that category, but he operates at a margin that is not similar to the kinds that, you know, other businesses might operate at. So
Dave, is there a way that we can look at this by SIC code? You know, is there an SIC code for a chain retail or chain store versus? Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. This is, David, I'm going to ask you another question. I know the mayor just asked you a question, but this is also based off of employment numbers from 2019, pre-pandemic, correct? This isn't based on other things. So businesses will have different numbers reporting then versus now, correct?
Yes. We would be basing on 2019 pre-pandemic. And then going forward, we would base it on prior years.
But I don't know that the number of employees is the compelling part of it. It's really about, are these unique, local, independent businesses versus chain stores, bigger businesses that can afford to go with the large business model versus the small business model.
Yeah, thank you. I think that number of employees actually does define between a chain. Chains collectively, if we write it into the code, like I suggested, that would collectively determine the number of employees, and that would help us. I think we get into dangerous territory when we're going to hand select which of our businesses are special versus not, which are unique versus not. I think certain businesses will be very upset that they are not unique. I think we have other items that have passed, such as your legacy business item, that we could determine certain perks or incentives that we can create aside from this conversation. But in this conversation, I think we should keep it at the number of employees so that we're not determining then which business is a special business versus not. And so I'd actually like to move forward this schedule with the 25 below, 25 above, and make that motion.
I don't think 25 is representative.
are you willing to accept 50? And I don't think we're bartering here. I think we're actually thinking about, you know, businesses. So first of all, Mayor Pro Tem, I genuinely hear you. We're not trying to sort of define what a special business is. I think what I've heard is that businesses operate at margins, and then they become corporatized, and then they operate at, a different scale. They literally operate at the penthouse versus, a fry cook, and so what I'm getting. And so I think, what David is writing here is that, businesses that have, I don't want to name businesses by name, but let's say there was a business here that had a big famous, steakhouse, and then they had a big famous steakhouse in Miami, and that meant they had 250 employees. Well, that's not a West Hollywood business. It may have started here, but it's become something else. But if there's a business that, the Roxy, which has probably, a dozen employees, maybe, I don't know, or maybe it has 29 employees, and then suddenly they're in a different category. So that's what I'm trying to distinguish.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm fine with 50 at the end of the day. By July 1st, 2023, they're all going to be treated the same under our wage. I'm happy, given that we are in extenuating circumstances, to consider 50 employees as our differentiation between the two wage schedules for a large business versus small business.
Me too.
Are you
So then
seconding?
I'll make that motion that we do this chart right here, and we pass the ordinance with this wage,
I'll second it.
with the X's being the numbers 5 and 0.
I will second it.
Okay, then let's get and if there's no more discussion, but we have Lauren Langer too.
So I have one clarifying question too. It's regarding the leave provision, as put in the supplemental ordinance that we put forward to council. The leave provisions were going into effect on July 1st of 2022. That was in alignment with the higher minimum wage at $17.64. So we would like direction from council of when the higher leave provisions for all businesses should go into effect, whether that's July 1, 2022 or a different date.
So for the hotels, I believe we all agreed January 1st, 2022.
Yes, this would be for the other businesses.
I see. I'm open to hearing from my colleagues, but I thought we were going to do July 1st, 2022 for the leave provisions.
And I'm comfortable with that as well. That's what I was under the understanding of.
Mayor, if I may comment, it seems like there's agreement on that previous chart, but if it could come back to life so we could look at the numbers, I just wanted to raise one point of consideration. Sounds like there's support, but I just want to ask. The biggest jump that we're asking our businesses to take is in 2 months. From $14 to $16 and $13 to $15, and that's in 2 months. And I'm grateful that we're getting to a place of agreement, that we're doing it in a phased approach that gives us some time. I just, $16.50 to $17.50 is happening a year from now, but we're asking them to pay $2 more an hour in the shorter term. And I understand what our goals are. Just wanted to call that to people's attention to see if that's the jump that's the time.
Is there a number that you're comfortable with?
Madam Mayor.
1550 possibly, and 14. Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
Sorry. I just to play devil's advocate with my colleague, it is not 1764, which is January 1st, 2023, which was originally what, if we would have moved the item with that, it would have been done. And
I would be fine with 1764 on January 1st. I just didn't want to go there July 1st.
Yes, yes. So I'm comfortable with this. And I want to say, because it is what we would have been asking on July 1st is a lot more than what we're trying to get to now. And ultimately, what I think we're trying to do, and what I did hear from almost every business, is they're already paying well above these dollar amounts. And so while it is 14 to 16, but now looking at the provision with 50 or more or 50 or less, there might be different categories now of the people that we heard from that might actually not be in the same situations. And so I personally am comfortable with it, but of course I've been enjoying this conversation so we can continue to hash it out.
I'm comfortable with it too.
Do we at least want to go down to 15.50 so they're $1 apart? We had 16 here.
That would work.
And then they're only going up 50 cents, whereas the smaller businesses are going up $1. So we want to at least go down to 15.50.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Yes, I think that's a David, that's a finance guy's take on the problem, and I see that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I know it's late. I'm just wanting to clarify. So for the hotels, we had talked about CPI, and I know David had put in there 1831 as the average CPI that we're estimating, but do we just want to say 1764 plus CPI for July 1st, 22, and then 23 and 24, since that we've already agreed upon, and then
For the hotels.
For the hotels.
Yes.
Well,
I believe so.
Our goal was to be with Santa Monica and LA for the hotel.
Yeah. Which is
we want to change hotels.
Right, but we don't know the CPI yet. So that's still an estimate for.
This is not $1 amount. This is 1764 plus CPI. So
Yeah.
Yes.
1831.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we have language that will reflect that. It's just the CPI increase each year.
Understood. I just think for those that are looking at this right now may think that that's the exact amount, and we won't know that until the CPI is indexed by the city council, just to clarify for the record.
And we'll
Correct.
put an asterisk over on the right-hand side to say equals CPI, plus CPI.
I think Lauren has a comment.
Yes, Lauren.
Well, I was just going to say, yes, I think this chart is very helpful because like most of you, it helps to see it. But if the goal is to get something adopted tonight, we'll need to take a few minutes to convert what's in a table into actual language, and that would reflect everything that you're talking about. So we might need to take a few minutes break in order to do that.
Okay, so we have, we would vote after you've done this, right? You're not bringing it back with this, but we're going to do it tonight. So should we move on and come back to this item, temporarily suspend it?
Can we talk about the, did we want to talk about the paid, unpaid, that part, when that will go into effect? Because I think that was an outstanding question that Councilmember Horvath brought up, and we got carried away with something else.
I'm comfortable with July 1st, 2022.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah, my understanding was that we would have the equal leave as of July 1, 2022. So the hotel worker leave provisions go into effect on January 1 of 2022, and then it goes into effect for all businesses 6 months later on July 1st.
Yes.
And let's be clear. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem said it, I think I counted 5 times. Businesses can approach the city for a 1-year deferment of these requirements. And we will no doubt have a process to evaluate that.
Okay, so while Lauren Langer is doing her thing, we actually don't have much else to talk about because we moved everything to consent.
We could pull stuff back, Mayor. No, I'm joking.
Oh my God.
I just triggered one of my colleagues. I apologize.
Can we take a 10-minute break,
Yes.
maybe?
Do we want to take a little break? That sounds like a plan. 10 minutes, so it's 11:41. Let's say 11:50. Can we all? Okay.
That's fine.
All righty. See you at 11:50. Okay, we're coming back. Okay, we're all here. We're waiting for.
I think we're waiting for Lauren Langer.
Yep. Do we have something to put on screen as well, David?
Yeah. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay,
Do you want me to start doing that now?
sure.
Okay, can we all see that?
Yes.
Okay, so is Lauren Langer back yet? I'll wait for Lauren.
She's connecting the audio. There she goes.
There she is.
Okay, Lauren.
Okay.
Lauren Langer and Mayor, would you like me to walk through the changes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first two changes I'm showing on my screen were in the supplemental memo that was provided to council this afternoon. These were just a couple of clarifying points. And I'm going to point out the first one specifically because you're going to see reference to this in the language we used. So subsection A says that on January 1st, 2022, the established minimum wage rate in West Hollywood is $17.64 per hour, and then is increased in accordance with subsection C below. Subsection C is the CPI adjustment section. This is essentially this established minimum wage rate is what is the minimum wage starting at $17.64 in January and then increased by CPI each July. So you're going to see reference to this later on. So let me go down to where, so this is where we talk about what was in the table. So first, starting with employers with 50 employees or more. So these are large businesses. So on January 1st, 2022, those large businesses shall pay employees no less than an hourly wage of $15.50 per hour. On July 1st, 2022, those large employees shall pay employees no less than an hourly wage of $16.50 per hour. This is also where we've inserted that the leave provisions begin for all of those businesses. We have a section previously that says that these start on January 1st for the hotel workers.
John, both A and B say 50 employees or more. I think A is supposed to say 50 employees or fewer.
So there's actually
No,
this
the
section,
smaller it's down below. The smaller.
yeah, so
category.
section 3 below is going to cover the less than 50.
Oh, I see. It's July. You're doing it by date. I understand. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, so for both of these sections, we're listing off the specific dates and what the minimum wages are for each of those dates. So moving on to item C, on January 1st, 2023, the large businesses shall pay employees no less than an hourly wage of $17.50 per hour. And then on July 1st, 23, which was what we agreed to is the point where everybody gets to the same rate, the large employees shall pay employees the established minimum wage rate under subsection A. That is the $17.64 being increased by CPI each year. So so this is a dollar amount we don't know yet, but we've defined it as the $17.64 being increased by CPI each year on July 1st. So moving on to section 3, the employers with less than 50 employees. So on January 1, the small businesses pay an hourly wage of $15 per hour. On July 1st, those small businesses increased to $16 per hour. This is where the paid sick leave and the other leave provisions kick in as well. January 1st, 23, small businesses go up to 17. And then on July 1st of 23, the same language as above, this is where we essentially true up to that calculated established minimum wage rate under subsection A. We also have language below that covers the number of employees and how that's calculated. So the number of employees shall be determined as follows. So for businesses that were operational in 2019 or earlier, the number of employees for the calendar year 22 and 23. So this essentially saying if they're in the large or small category, shall be based on the average number of employees employed per quarter during the 2019 calendar year, essentially before COVID. And then this B is what we were also talking about in determining how many employees. So the number of employees shall be determined using the employer's total number of individual employees within the United States, regardless of where the employees work. So those are our changes to go into the record tonight to adopt the ordinance based on the supplemental language that we sent over in the memo this afternoon with these changes that I've highlighted.
And can I ask, John, can you clarify the paid sick leave provision for that is proposed for this evening? How does it compare to what is proposed in our neighboring cities?
But actually, Janet, do you know that off the top of your head, because I think that the paid sick leave it's lower in Santa Monica, correct? And then it's this higher amount for the hotel workers in both Santa Monica and LA.
The sick leave provisions that are included in this ordinance for the hotels are only applied to the City of LA hotels. City of Santa Monica is based on employee size, and it's 72 hours. And I know Paula will correct me if I'm wrong, for businesses 26 or more, and 40 hours for 25 or fewer.
That's correct.
So there isn't consistency across the board with our neighbors. Hotel employees have the higher amount that we're adopting tonight in both cities. Other employees in LA have a lower amount, and other employees in Santa Monica have somewhere in the middle.
And then for LA City, non-hotel businesses, it's 48 hours, regardless of size of employees.
I would be comfortable with going with the City of Santa Monica or the City of LA with the lower for the smaller businesses, if anyone is open to that. It's still competitive with our neighboring cities.
I think we would need to look to see if we could make those changes as well. Those are more substantive changes we would have to go back and work on again too.
I'm the maker of the motion, and I would like to leave it the way it is in this ordinance right now. And at the risk of repeating what Mayor Pro Tem Shine said, there is the opportunity to come to the city and request 1 year forbearance on this these items, and we will certainly hear from our businesses some more, and we can address this again if it needs to be addressed. But I think we have worked, and I'm not going to say we. I think I have worked and thought about how this affects people in their daily lives and their, and this is something I would like to. I'm putting forward as a motion, and if there are votes, we'll pass it.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson, is that a second with that thumbs up?
I'm reaffirming my second.
Okay. Any more discussion? We ready for a vote?
All right, Councilmember. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can we add in the direction about something regarding a vacancy tax initiative to put on a ballot?
Yes, I accept that.
Okay.
Does Councilmember Erickson?
Yes, sorry, I'm saying yes, but I don't know if you can.
It's okay. I just want to keep the record clean. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I saw your lips move, but we didn't get the audio.
Can you hear me?
No audio.
No,
Now,
Yes, yes, can you hear me?
thank you. Yes, now we can. Mayor Meister,
aye.
motion passes.
Okay, then we have a new wage. Thank you, everyone, for your patience to get through that. Okay, so we don't have any more unfinished business. We have no new business because we managed to move that all to the consent calendar. And we don't have any legislative because we also moved that to the consent calendar. So now we are at this time, public comment. Do we have any public commenters?
I do not have anyone signed up for the second public comment.
Well, I have to say I'm glad. Okay, any council member comments?
I just, oh, sorry.
I do have a couple of comments, Mayor.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. Two things I failed to mention earlier. The U.S. Conference of Mayors adopted a resolution a couple of months ago titled Cities Building Equitable Communities with the Local Architect Community.
Mhm.
And this resolution is something that our city had already adopted, but is now, we spearheaded it here in West Hollywood, but it highlights that the U.S. Conference of Mayors supports the presence of a local architect who can assist governmental staff with urban design, visioning, equitable design strategies, and serving as the city's technical expert. So once again, leading the way, and glad to see that it's a model that's being served for the rest of the country. And I failed to mention, and I regrettably so, to thank Helene Mishar, who has been the city's longtime lobbyist in Sacramento. She's retiring after 35 years of service to the city. Her service, we were uniquely represented in Sacramento by a lobbyist who only represented our city. She's not a big extended firm with lots of staff, but was very tailor-made to the interests of West Hollywood. She began working with the city in the early days of cityhood, specifically focusing on health and social services needs related to HIV/AIDS epidemic, and her lobbying efforts, having spent much time with her in Sacramento on behalf of the city, she has been well respected, well regarded, and effective in communicating not only on our city's behalf, but in a meaningful way among all legislators. And you could tell that they respected her when she scheduled meetings for us and when she brought us to the table. So I just wanted to thank her for her many years of dedication to the city. And finally, I shared something with the city manager in one of our breaks. While we've been assembled here, I received word that the Attorney General has made an announcement on the creation of a housing strike force. And so I just wanted to make sure that's on our staff's radar to talk about what the implications of that will be for our city, and how we make sure that we stay on par with the housing goals that we've been talking about. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. And the U.S. Mayor's resolution, when I heard about it, we actually wrote to the U.S. mayors to see if there was a possibility at one of their conferences for them to have a panel about having a city architect and what a difference it makes to the way we plan our cities and the future of our cities. So, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, I'm very proud of this council. And I'm very proud, and I think this and although it's not been a year yet, which is terrifying and alarming all at the same time, I think this is the most proud I've ever been to sit in this seat at this moment. And I really want to thank my colleagues, the public, city staff, everyone, for what I believe was probably one of our most powerful discussions, one of our most reasonable, and although super complicated, try to make it as easy for the public. And I'm just so, congratulations, Mayor, for doing this on Zoom. It was insane as everything as usually is, but I really want to say that, you know, it's Diwali now, right? Happy Diwali. It's Thursday, but it's the festival of lights that signifies peace and joy. And it's not lost on me that at 12:01 we approved that motion, and I'm filled with joy and peace at the moment. I just want to wish everyone a happy Diwali for tomorrow.
Thank
or
you,
today.
Erickson. I just want to say I appreciate that we were able to work together towards a resolution that that we could all be proud of. And I know no one wanted to move in the very beginning, but we were able to have a little bit of a compromise, and that's the way it should be. So thank you to my colleagues. And if that's all of the comments and there are no other comments, then we are going to adjourn. The City Council will adjourn to its next regular meeting, which will be on Monday, November 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. And it will be teleconference as far as I know. So we'll see you right here again on the big screen. Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.